Chapter 1086, Lesson. Auntie, bring Concubine Du here. Third Madam suddenly issued the command. Taken aback, Auntie Ling nodded and left. However, to her dismay, Concubine Du was not by her side. Third Madam was incredibly sensitive. Her eyebrows furrowed and she snapped, "How dare that woman not show up?" Auntie Ling forced a smile, trying to pacify the situation. "Madam, please don't be angry." "Third Miss? Bah. That woman is not the third Miss." Yes. Auntie Ling acquiesced, going along with Third Madam Qiao's words. Concubine Du's daughter is still weak, and Concubine Du says she needs to take care of her. She will come to visit Madam Qiao later. That woman. Third Madam seethed. How dare she? Who does she think she is? How dare she disobey my orders? Go and fetch her and bring Qiao Ko as well. Make it clear to them that I have Concubine Du's contract. Let her think twice before defying me. Just go. Auntie Ling found herself in a predicament. If she conveyed this message to Old Master, what would he think of Madam Qiao? Yes, Madam Qiao did have a contract with Concubine Du, but Third Miss was on the verge of getting married, and Madam Qiao had no intention of betraying Concubine Du that would only turn the Qiao family into a laughingstock. Old Master would never forgive Madam Qiao. They would become strangers from this moment onward. However, Auntie Ling was also furious. She was angered by Concubine Du's arrogance and pettiness. Third Miss had stolen Elder Miss' wedding, and now she had become so conceited that she defied Madam Qiao's orders and requests. She deserved to learn a lesson. Auntie Ling nodded and approached Concubine Du this time. Auntie Ling requested a private conversation on the porch. Reluctantly, Concubine Du followed, knowing that Auntie Ling's tone was far from pleasant. On the corridor outside the room, Auntie Ling fixed her gaze on Concubine Du and spoke with a cold tone. Don't forget that Madam Qiao still holds the contract with you. You know what Madam Qiao is capable of when she's angered. If Third Miss enters her husband's household with a sold concubine, her days won't be easy, will they? Concubine Du's face drained of color, her voice trembling as she replied, Third Miss was also set up. How can Madam Qiao treat her this way? I haven't done anything wrong. Old Master would never allow this. Auntie Ling snorted in response. Do you think Old Master can control Madam Qiao? Madam Qiao possesses the contract. You are merely a concubine. Who are you to defy her? Are you feeling guilty because you know you've done something wrong? Concubine Du's eyelids twitched, overcome with despair and sorrow. She knew it. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an undeniable fact that Third Miss had disrupted Elder Miss' engagement. Madam Qiao wouldn't let her off the hook. She was determined not to spare her. But if not for Old Master's grounding, even Elder Miss wouldn't have let her off the hook. What was she going to do in the future? It's my fault. I've been too concerned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1087, Innocence. I was concerned that something might happen to Third Miss, so I didn't dare to leave or show any disrespect to Madam Qiao. I will go with Auntie to see Madam Qiao now. Concubine Du's voice quivered as she spoke. Auntie Ling cast a disdainful glance at her and snorted. Then let's go. It seemed that some people were naturally inclined towards making things difficult. Concubine Du's lips quivered, but she didn't dare utter another word. She nodded and followed Auntie Ling inside the room. Qiao Ko closed her eyes and remained silent. She didn't want to stir up any trouble. She could confide in her father about the situation, but she chose not to. She knew her birth mother too well. Her relentless nature would drive her to do anything to provoke her. Concubine Qiao had always loved her the most, and she wouldn't blame Qiao Ko even if she were mistreated by her birth mother. Furthermore, she knew her birth mother would only torment her and not take any serious action. Filled with fury at the sight of Concubine Du's gaze, Third Madam grabbed the teacup next to her and hurled it at Concubine Du's forehead. Concubine Du dared not dodge, feeling a sharp pain on her forehead as it turned red and swollen. The teacup crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. "You shameless bitch! How dare you do such a thing? Kneel down, you bitch!" Third Madam Qiao unleashed her wrath, relentlessly cursing Concubine Du and Qiao Ko, piercing through Concubine Du's heart and causing her to bleed. Concubine Du's eyes turned red, and she trembled, unable to move or shed a tear. Throughout all these years, she had been ingratiating herself with Third Madam Qiao, and though she was a concubine, she hadn't experienced such harsh curses before. She could no longer endure it. Filled with rage, anger, and humiliation, Concubine Du was on the verge of fainting after enduring Third Madam Qiao's curses. Auntie Ling was taken aback, but Third Madam Qiao sneered. "That pretentious bitch is always putting on a show. Just ignore her and wait until she wakes up. Once she's awake, tell her to continue kneeling." Concubine Du regained consciousness in the cold of the night, only to find herself still in the same position. Yunduan approached her and ordered her to kneel properly, nearly causing her to faint once again. Throughout the entire night, Concubine Du remained on her knees in front of Third Madam Qiao's bed. The next morning, Third Madam finally released her and instructed her to attend to her after lunch. Concubine Du felt a bitter sense of foreboding in her heart. She knew her nightmare had just begun, yet she was powerless to do anything about it. What good would it do if she told Old Master about this? Regardless of the circumstances, it was an undeniable fact that elder mismarriage had been usurped by Qiao Ko. Old Master would never defy Third Madam Qiao for her sake. Moreover, what if Third Madam took her anger out on Ko? There were countless ways for birth mothers to control their concubine-born daughters. In reality, Concubine Du was naively hopeful. Third Madam Qiao had no intention of letting Qiao Ko off the hook. The moment Concubine Du left, Third Madam called upon Auntie Ling to help her dress and prepare for going out. She declared that she was fine, sneering at Auntie Ling's concern for her health. She had yet to deal with that wretched woman, and she wouldn't meet her demise now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1088, Engagement Breaking Off. That unfortunate event left Auntie Ling feeling powerless to dissuade Third Madam Qiao any further, so she reluctantly obeyed the order. Third Madam Qiao, elegantly dressed, consumed a bowl of red date, snow fungus, and lotus seed soup before venturing out with Auntie Ling and Yunduan. Their destination was the Ning family residence. Her purpose there was to call off the engagement with the Ning family. Since the Ning family would no longer be her future in-laws, there was no need for formalities. After some casual conversation, Third Madam Qiao explained her intention to retrieve the birth date note. Unbeknownst to her, Third Old Master had entrusted the task of arranging Qiao Ko's marriage to the two sister-in-laws due to her illness. Had she been aware of this, she would never have agreed to the engagement. She had already made a promise to someone else regarding Qiao Ko's marriage, and they were about to exchange birth date notes. It would be improper for one daughter to make promises to two families simultaneously. She expressed deep regret for the situation. Furthermore, Qiao Ko, being the daughter of a concubine, received limited education from her mother at a young age. She lacked knowledge of zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and household management. Her social skills were lacking, and she felt unworthy of young Master Ning. Third Madam Ning's expression turned grim. After exchanging a few polite words, she promptly returned Qiao Ko's birth date note to Third Madam Qiao without hesitation. Upon learning of this development, Ning Lufang grew irritated. He professed his sincere affection for Qiao Ko and pleaded with his mother to allow the marriage. Third Madam Ning snapped, "It's impossible. If it weren't for the unfortunate incident, we would still need to explain ourselves to the Qiao family. Do you think I would willingly accept a concubine's daughter as my daughter-in-law? Her biological mother herself requested the return of the birth date note, and I can't wait to comply. Her biological mother stated that she is useless, and if we were to proceed with the marriage, we would become a laughingstock." The idea of the Ning family marrying a concubine's daughter, openly criticized by her biological mother, was utterly humiliating. Ning Lufang was left speechless. He had developed genuine feelings for Qiao Ko, but he was unwilling to sever ties with his family over her. Alternatively, he could simply let the matter go. Ultimately, he prioritized maintaining his reputation. Third Madame Qiao informed her two sister-in-laws about the situation with the birth date notes, instructing them to cease their efforts. She then tasked Auntie Ling with conveying the news to Third Old Master, Qiao Ko, and Concubine Du. Qiao Ko and Concubine Du were taken aback by Third Madame Qiao's actions. Their hearts sank with despair. Enraged, Third Old Master stormed up to Third Madame Qiao and slapped her across the face. Pointing a trembling finger at her, he uttered not a single word. His anger was so overwhelming that he couldn't even muster a curse. Remaining composed, Third Madame Qiao sneered. Wei has suffered greatly, yet Old Master does nothing to console or defend her. Instead, he confines her and blames me. That wretched Qiao Ko stole Wei's fiancé. Old Master, do you really think I will fulfill her desires? Dream on. You're being unreasonable. Ko is also a victim. She is innocent. How can you blame her? Such claims are nothing but foolish lies. I won't believe a word of it. If you don't believe me, then show me the evidence, and I will believe you. And even if they provide evidence, will the marriage still be for Wei? Unable to find words, Third Old Master glared at Third Madame Qiao. His love for her was shattered. That woman was his wife. She was his beloved wife. He had once been overwhelmed with emotions and considered himself fortunate to be married to such a virtuous woman. She had helped him resolve numerous troubles and spared him countless headaches in the province. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1089. Shock. Unexpectedly, his wife had revealed such a side of her character. She had caused chaos within the entire family. He felt utterly humiliated. Even her own mother, elder brother, and second brother were greatly displeased because the Qiao family had become implicated in the situation. Third Old Master was consumed by annoyance. However, what was the use of beating Third Madame to death? Their priority now was to handle the problem smoothly. He stormed off angrily, stomping his feet as he departed. Consequently, they also imposed a punishment on Third Madame Qiao by confining her. This was the information that Songsher had heard. I heard that the Qiao family is in complete disarray right now. Third Old Master is still considering handing over the birth date note to the Ning family. Do you think they will accept it? Songsher asked. Qiao Xian shook her head, smiling. Normal people wouldn't. The Ning family is in a difficult situation, and Qiao Wei's fiancé happens to be a cousin of Marquis Yan, a family with some reputation. It has become a laughingstock, and they are trying to avoid further embarrassment. They will never accept the invitation again. Songsher chuckled. You're absolutely right. Qiao Xian instructed Songsher to continue with her work, but she herself intended to keep an eye on the developments within the Qiao family. It was bound to be quite a spectacle. It was a marvelous spectacle, a form of revenge for everything that had happened. It left people eagerly anticipating more. It was the kind of drama that made them crave an extra few bowls of rice. As Qiao Xian had predicted, first Madame Qiao and second Madame Qiao visited the Ning family, but the Ning family declined to accept any further birth date notes. Marriage was a serious matter. The lineal mother had taken back the birth date notes and made promises to someone else. Yet 2 days later, someone arrived claiming that it had all been a misunderstanding. Were they playing with them? The Qiao family found themselves at a loss when the Ning family rejected their advances. Madame Lady Qiao relentlessly scolded her daughter-in-law, accusing her of not caring about her actions and turning the Qiao family into a laughingstock. Third Old Master was consumed by anxiety as well. However, Qiao Ko suddenly delivered shocking news to Third Old Master and Madame Yuejing through Concubine Du. She was pregnant, and the child belonged to the young master of the Ning family. It was a complete bombshell. This meant that Qiao Ko and Ning Lufang had been engaged in a clandestine affair behind Xiao Wei's back. The accident between Qiao Ko and Ning Lufang that had occurred recently, as well as Qiao Ko's subsequent setup, were all staged. They had conspired together to be with each other. First Madame Qiao and second Madame Qiao were left dumbfounded, while Madame Lady Qiao erupted in anger. You are nothing but a concubine's daughter. How dare you engage in such shameless behavior? Third Old Master flushed with embarrassment, feeling the urge to bury himself in the ground. He could no longer blame Third Madame Qiao. Mother, please, we need to find a solution to this problem, Madame Lady Qiao pointed at him. And where have you been all these years? Your family is now in such a scandalous state, and everyone is worried. Third Old Master hung his head low, listening to the scolding. Reluctantly, Madame Lady Qiao had no choice but to visit the Ning family and personally meet Third Madame Ning. She approached the situation with a ruthless demeanor, employing both persuasion and coercion. She argued that it took two to tango, and both children were at fault. However, Qiao was already young Master Ning's woman and she was carrying his child. If the Ning family refused to accept her into their family, it would bring unbearable humiliation upon the Qiao family. Qiao, too, could not bear the shame and had even considered taking her own life at the gates of the Ning family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1090. Concubine. Upon hearing Madame Lady Qiao's words, Third Madame Ning felt as though she might faint. She couldn't bring herself to believe what she was hearing. She turned to her son and berated him, exclaiming, "You good for nothing." The Ning family had to take responsibility for their actions. If they didn't, news of her son impregnating his fiancée's sister would spread, and he would never be able to find a suitable marriage partner in the future. The family's reputation would be utterly ruined. However, everyone had their own loyalties to their respective families. Third Madame Ning cursed her son for his uselessness and held great disdain for Qiao, considering her shameless. She was well aware that her son was meant to become Qiao's brother-in-law, yet she had still seduced him. It was clear that she had ulterior motives. How could a woman like this involve her own family in such a mess and still have the audacity to desire becoming her daughter-in-law? It was utterly unreasonable. Third Madame Ning only agreed to accept Qiao as a concubine. Most noble families wouldn't allow their sons to take concubines before marriage, but there was a reason behind that. After all, physical relationships needed to be accounted for. They discreetly passed through the door and first moved Qiao to the ancestral temple. They would wait for the wife's approval before bringing her back home. This was a way to show respect to the wife. Third Madame Ning firmly rejected the idea of Qiao becoming the wife, stating bluntly, "He is meant to be her brother-in-law, and she is not a good person either. Why should the Ning family accept her? Either we compromise and let her be a concubine, or we'll fight to the bitter end." No one would benefit from this situation. Madame Lady Qiao had no interest in a concubine's daughter like Qiao, whom she had no fondness for. She simply hoped to cover up the whole affair so that Qiao Fang and Qiao Li's marriage wouldn't be affected. Why did it matter if she was a concubine? She was just a shameless concubine's daughter, and being a concubine was already a great honor for her. Thus, the matter was settled. Concubine Du let out a scream and fainted. Why did her daughter have to endure such a miserable life? She had experienced enough misery as a concubine herself. Her only hope in life was for her daughter to become the legal wife. So why did she have to become someone else's concubine? With this stain on her reputation even before the wedding, her future prospects would be bleak. The entire Ning family would not hold her in high regard. Qiao was also shocked. She simply couldn't believe that Ning Lufang, who had seemed so infatuated with her, would now make her a concubine. He wouldn't agree to her demand. She had thought she had complete control over him, that he loved her with all his heart. But what was happening now? Didn't he realize how wronged she would feel? Qiao attempted to meet them privately. The Qiao family didn't care, but the Ning family did. Third Madame Ning confined her youngest son to their home, forbidding him from leaving. As a result, Qiao couldn't meet with anyone. In desperation, Qiao resorted to desperate measures, like a drowning man clutching at a straw. She threatened the Qiao family, demanding that they negotiate with the Ning family. She refused to be a concubine and insisted on being the first wife. Otherwise, she claimed she would starve herself. Madam Lady Qiao sneered and ignored her. She believed that the Ning family didn't care about the life growing inside Qiao Kou's womb. They would consider it nothing more than a bastard child. Not eating? Madam Lady Qiao asked someone to hold her down and feed her soup. As long as she could be kept alive. She did not believe that Qiao Kou really wanted to die. A few days later, a sedan chair carried Qiao Kou to the Ning family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1091, Underestimation. Qiao Kou was denied any opportunity to meet with Ning Lufang while under house arrest at the Ning family's residence. The following day, they were forcefully escorted onto a wagon and sent to an abbey located outside of town. Upon arriving at the abbey, she was immediately presented with a bowl of abortion soup. Third Madam Ning had already shown some leniency by allowing her to become a concubine in the family. She had no intention of letting Qiao Kou bear the family's first child. As Third Madam Ning already had 3 sons, with the eldest and second sons having children of their own, she had no interest in the child growing inside Qiao Kou's belly. Qiao Kou screamed and struggled, but she was powerless to change her own fate. Her child was lost, and she had nothing left to hold on to. Lying on a dilapidated bed, she resembled a lifeless puppet, unable to even move her gaze. Despite being at the age of blossoming youth, her heart was now dead. If the Ning family's servants were to tell her that she would never return to the mansion, she wouldn't doubt it for a moment. Regret washed over her. She had underestimated the methods of her biological mother. She had also underestimated Xiao Xian's lineal mother, witnessing how Xiao Xian defied her authority and yet remained unscathed. But she had never anticipated that she would end up in this predicament. She was meant to be Qiao Wei's biological mother, destined to be under her control. Even though she had tried her best to steal Qiao Wei's marriage, she failed to hold on to it and now found herself in this pitiable state. She simply couldn't accept it. After Qiao Kou left the pavilion, Concubine Du pleaded with Third Old Master Qiao, expressing her desire to become a nun. She was going to become a nun at the nunnery. Annoyed, Third Old Master snapped at her. Was she here causing the trouble only? Madam Lady Qiao sneered. She asked someone to pass on the message to Concubine Du. If she wanted to become a monk, she could just stay indoors, eat vegetarian food every day and pray to Buddha. But she was not going to a nunnery. Everyone knew that she could move about freely in the nunnery. Then what was she going to do? Concubine Du was shocked and scared when Madam Lady Qiao revealed her secret. But she did not dare to think about anything else. She was thinking that she was never going to see Qiao Kou ever again. Disheartened, she decided to stay away from the world. Third Madam felt so glad. That was how bitches should end up. How dare she set up her daughter? Did she think that she was dead? But Qiao Wei's marriage was ruined, and her image was ruined. What should she do? Third Madam still had a headache. Qiao Wei felt the same. She was furious and confused about the future, though she felt happy about it. She had always believed that she was going to be able to marry the Duke's mansion, because Qiao Kou and Xiao Xian would never be able to match up to her. But suddenly, everything was gone. She was not young anymore. What should she do? Third Madam had no idea what was going on either. So she consoled Qiao Wei. She was going to find a way, and after the new year, everything would get better. The gossip from the Qiao family were so shocking. Xiao Xian listened coldly, showing no intention of getting involved. She did not think that Qiao Kou was worth pitying. She had no choice but to bear the consequences when she did more than what she was capable of. For example, Qiao Kou would not sympathize with her if she ended up like this. She would not help her either. Qiao Kou was a person who liked to take pleasure in others' misfortune. The more unlucky she was, the more proud she felt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1092, Not Borrowing. Qiao Xian was very curious about how she got those feelings. But she knew. That was what Xiaoko was going to be like. She was already being very kind without adding fuel to the fire. When the gossip came to the end, the 20 mu of land in the north of the city was sorted out. The bricks were all surrounded by a wall more than 2 meters high. They opened 2 doors in front and behind. When they went in through the front door, they saw a flat land paved with green bricks. There were 3 small houses resting on the flat land. On the other side was the storeroom and tool room. There was a huge cellar under the storeroom and tool room. Several roads crisscrossed through the vast expanse of land, dividing it into multiple sections. A canal had been specially constructed to facilitate irrigation by drawing water from outside sources. Qiao Xian's space differed from the outside world. Every crop had been planted and grown in halves, allowing the potatoes that were planted earlier to be ready for harvest. Once harvested, new potatoes could be planted, resulting in another batch to be harvested the following spring. As Qiao Xian contemplated, she realized that by following this approach, they could plant over 10 mu of potatoes here next year. The land would expand significantly in the coming year, providing an opportunity to share some with Lu Min and Gu Zhio. Additionally, there were strawberries. Qiao Xian had planted them both in the backyard and the space, with the ones in the space growing luxuriantly. The vines held onto the elderly plants and produced numerous separate offshoots. While the plants in the backyard didn't fare as well as those in the space, they displayed remarkable strength and vitality with the aid of Qiao Xian's superpower, sprouting several branches. Qiao Xian diligently strengthened and planted each individual branch. A few of them had already begun blooming, bearing small white flowers and budding fruits. Qiao Xian pondered whether the strawberries could survive the winter in the open air of the capital city under the protection of her superpower. If successful, it would simplify matters significantly. In the coming year, they could transplant some from the backyard and obtain seedlings from the space. Planting them in the northern part of the city would allow the branches to thrive. Within a span of 2 months, cultivating 2 or 3 mu of strawberries shouldn't pose a major challenge. They decided to keep the strawberries for themselves. Potatoes held great value, and if her husband offered them to the imperial court, the Tian family would lose any chance of controlling them again. That would surely irritate them. Qiao Xian even contemplated starting a beekeeping endeavor in this place. It seemed quite straightforward. Next year, they could venture into the suburban mountains and use their superpower to locate and collect a wild bee colony. Piece of cake. As the day grew late, the weather turned colder. Qiao Xian, Li Qiao, and Li Xia strolled down the street and purchased some trendy garments to have them tailored at a local store. Since she lacked expertise in handicrafts and her own creations couldn't compare to professional work, she didn't mind spending a little extra money to have skilled artisans handle the customization. Qiao Xian found it peculiar that some wives of Shao Yunduan's colleagues from the Hanlin Academy approached her for loans. However, she didn't find it entirely surprising. The Hanlin Academy had financial difficulties, and the government office wouldn't provide them with ice or charcoal by year-end. To ensure a comfortable winter, they had to work hard. Having their own residence in the capital and receiving numerous gifts from the emperor, queen, and concubines in the harem, it was only natural for people to seek financial assistance. Nevertheless, Qiao Xian had no intention of lending them money. Colleagues shouldn't involve money or profits between them, as it would complicate many matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1093, Not Opened. Also, it was not a loan. It was a gift. It would be a long time before those scholars returned the money. 10 years would not be enough. She could not rush them either, because that would cause grudge. Only a fool would do something like this. Furthermore, if they lent money to one person, would the second person be willing to lend it back to them? Or the third or fourth person? Qiao Xian remained silent. They explained that they had already spent a considerable sum on paying tribute to their ancestors and wouldn't be home for long. Worried about the hardships their family might face, they had kept some money at home. However, they had recently purchased a plot of land measuring over 10 mu in the northern part of town and had run out of funds. If they had any, they would gladly lend it to them. While the emperor and the court had bestowed them with many valuable items, those items could be used for decoration and wear, but they couldn't be pawned. No one would dare make such a request. The visitor had no choice but to abandon the idea. Although a hint of dissatisfaction lingered, what did it matter? They weren't relatives or friends, and they didn't owe them any favors. They had no obligation to lend them money. A sense of dejection washed over them, but the displeasure was merely temporary and would soon dissipate. Some individuals couldn't resist asking Qiao Xian where she had acquired the land. With a smile, she shared all the details, expressing her intention to cultivate various vegetables there next year, including greens, cabbages, radishes, winter melons, loofahs, chili peppers, and eggplants, ensuring a supply of fresh produce. The prices of ingredients in the capital were exorbitant, and she felt a pang of distress every time she had to buy them. They decided it would be wise to purchase a piece of land and cultivate vegetables to save money. Additionally, they could raise chickens and ducks, benefiting from fresh eggs and occasionally slaughtering one to satisfy their cravings. Those who heard this proposition were left speechless. They pondered that if they hadn't purchased the land, they would have had money to lend. It would have amounted to 200 or 300 liang, right? With 200 or 300 liang, they could have bought vegetables for many years. It seemed excessive to spend so much just to grow vegetables and raise poultry. However, the money belonged to Qiao Xian and her husband, and they had the right to spend it as they pleased. No one would dare question their choices. That was how Qiao Xian dealt with people who frequently approached her for loans. She found it puzzling, despite being new to the area and somewhat hesitant to turn them down. It shouldn't have attracted so many borrowers, right? Eventually, Qiao Xian realized that it was Madame Lin who had informed them about her wealth. The next day, Qiao Xian approached Madame Lin to borrow money for the upcoming new year, but her request was unsuccessful. Consequently, when someone arrived at their doorstep seeking a loan, Qiao Xian claimed she had no money and mentioned going to Madame Lin to borrow some. Word spread, and soon no one dared to request money from her. Qiao Xian sneered and informed Shao Yunduan about the situation, warning him to be cautious of Madame Lin's husband and her associates, who were likely affiliated with the Tian family. Madame Lin couldn't contain her frustration. She had intended to manipulate Qiao Xian to gain favor with the Tian family but failed. Qiao Xian seemed to have realized that something was amiss. Miss Qiao was indeed quite clever. Madame Lin's attempt to manipulate Qiao Xian left her feeling a tinge of jealousy. Such was the nature of the world. The more cunning and manipulative one was, the more likely they were to succeed. It seemed that justice had little place in this world. In early October, Qiao Xian received an invitation from Ms. Shi, the secondary concubine of the fourth prince's mansion. The invitation requested her presence at the yard located in the northern part of town to admire the vibrant red leaves and blooming chrysanthemums. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1094, Invitation. Qiao Xian understood that she should avoid getting involved with the prince's mansions. However, Shao Yunduan had caught the emperor's attention, and she had played a part in it as well. It seemed logical for Ms. Shi, the secondary concubine of the fourth prince, to extend an invitation to her. Shao Yunduan was somewhat concerned and disapproved of Qiao Xian's decision. Despite his worries, Qiao Xian insisted on attending. Inwardly, she sneered. She had actually planned to cause trouble for the fourth prince's mansion, but secondary concubine Shi had come to her on her own accord, so she saw no reason to hold back. While she possessed the ability to use her superpower to gather information about the fourth prince's mansion in the capital, the bustling city made it challenging to filter through the multitude of voices in her head. It was difficult to discern useful information. Moreover, she couldn't spend all her time spying on the fourth prince's mansion, nor could she predict when she would receive the information she sought. Thus, she temporarily abandoned this impractical idea. However, when it came to visiting the side yard and admiring the red leaves and flowers in the mountains, It was an entirely different matter. Qiao Xian delighted in such activities in the outskirts. Qiao Xian maintained that she possessed the skill of preserving peony flowers, speculating that the invitation from the fourth prince's secondary concubine was either an attempt to win her over or a subtle warning. As long as she wasn't foolish, she believed there wouldn't be any trouble. Hence, she attended the event without any mishap. Furthermore, it would be considered improper if they declined the invitation from the fourth prince's mansion, as they were invited guests. They had also visited the crown prince at the East Palace, and Qiao Xian had saved the emperor's peony through her actions in the East Palace. However, declining the invitation indicated their support for the crown prince, which was something Qiao Xian wished to avoid. Though she didn't dare voice it, Qiao Xian could discern that it wouldn't be the crown prince who would ascend to the throne. Since Shao Yunduan had always been unable to counter her, he requested that she wear the golden hairpin gifted by the queen and the jade given to them by Xie Jingrong. The Xie family held significant influence in the intermediate levels of the capital, particularly young Master Xie, who possessed remarkable talent. The emperor himself expressed regret at not participating in the spring examination. It was widely known that young Master Xie came from a prestigious family and possessed exceptional abilities. Given his aspirations, he could effortlessly attain a high-ranking position. No one would dare disrespect such an individual. Qiao Xian understood that she had no real use for these items, but she took them with her to reassure Shao Yunduan. In the suburbs and the mountains, she would create her own world. It was a display of arrogance. Anyone who attempted to set her up or make things difficult for her would ultimately bring misfortune upon themselves. Early in the morning after breakfast, Qiao Xian bid farewell to Shao Yunduan. Songshe drove the rented wagon while Qiao Xian and Li Xia boarded it together. She had no intention of bringing Songshe and Li Xia into the fourth prince's residence. Having too many people around wouldn't be ideal. Instead, they would keep the wagon company from the outside. Qiao Xian surmised that among the guests invited by secondary concubine she likely held the lowest status. It would have been ideal for her to arrive earlier. However, without a wagon of her own, it was understandable that she was a bit delayed. She arrived at the side yard at the appropriate time. It was not that they could not afford the wagon, but that was not necessary. The wagon needed to be maintained, and the horse needed to be taken care of and fed every day, and there was a place to lock it up, which was too troublesome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1095, Old Friend. Qiao Xian tapped gently on the door, clutching the invitation in her hand. A eunuch greeted her with utmost politeness and ushered her inside. The prince's mansion boasted a side yard that befitted the grandeur of the royal family. The meticulous sutras and the work of skilled craftsmen exuded elegance, setting it apart from any other place. Despite the arrival of autumn, the garden remained vibrant, devoid of any signs of melancholy. Sweet osmanthus, autumn hibiscus, rhododendron, camellia, jasmine, and a variety of chrysanthemums adorned the autumnal landscape. Splashes of bright colors from the big red oranges and golden and yellow leaves delighted the eyes of onlookers. As they strolled towards the autumn house, the eunuch led Qiao Xian through the exquisite surroundings. Qiao Xian followed along with a smile, harboring no concerns about the eunuch's intentions. They served as her trusted eyes and ears, instilling a sense of fearlessness within her. However, Qiao Xian found herself unexpectedly encountering a familiar face in this place. Her heart skipped a beat as she laid eyes on a stunning woman, adorned with intricate makeup, a stylish hairstyle, and embellished with gold hairpins and pearls. The lady donned a finely embroidered yellow palace dress, radiating an air of familiarity that Qiao Xian struggled to place. The beauty smiled warmly at her and addressed her as Mrs. Shao. Recognition flooded Qiao Xian's mind, and she struggled to maintain her composure. It was He Jiqing, the cousin from the Xie family, who had once attempted to seduce Xie Jingrong with Tao Tao, now held the title of Madam in the fourth prince's mansion. The eunuch respectfully greeted He Jiqing, prompting Qiao Xian to bow in deference, saying, "Good day, Madam He." The fourth prince had a prince consort named Ms. Do, as well as a secondary concubine, Ms. Shi. He Jiqing had become one of the concubines. The eunuch displayed an evident reverence towards her, solidifying Qiao Xian's belief that the fourth prince held her in high regard. He Jiqing's smile widened as she clasped Qiao Xian's hands and spoke, "Mrs. Shao, your kindness knows no bounds. We are old friends, there's no need for such formality." Qiao Xian pondered silently to herself. The Xie family had proven to be remarkably resourceful. Without their influence, He Jiqing wouldn't have gained entry into the fourth prince's mansion so swiftly. However, during her time in the capital with Shao Yunduan, Xie Jingrong had kept her unaware of these developments. It became evident that something unpleasant had transpired between He Jiqing and the Xie family. Qiao Xian was cautious about getting too close to He Jiqing. She couldn't quite gauge the depths of He Jiqing's character, but she sensed a shrewdness about her. It was wiser to keep her distance from a cunning individual without a kind heart. Withdrawing her hands, Qiao Xian took a few steps back and maintained a composed expression. "Madam He, you must be jesting. I am not fortunate enough to be considered your old friend. You overestimate my importance. I am here at the Xie family's behest, and our paths have merely crossed by chance." Unsure of He Jiqing's sudden attempt at closeness, Qiao Xian decided to steer the conversation away from that topic. He Jiqing was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Mrs. Shao's rejection of her goodwill. Concealing her irritation, the warmth faded from her expression, and she chuckled softly behind her handkerchief, adopting a coquettish tone. "Mrs. Shao is truly straightforward. We coincidentally bumped into each other in the capital, which is a rare occurrence. We should enjoy this opportunity as old friends and explore together." "Yes, Madam He," Qiao Xian replied, offering a polite smile and refraining from declining the invitation. Walking side by side, He Jiqing maintained her smile, commenting on the blossoming flowers and the splendid scenery. However, her composure seemed slightly rattled compared to before. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1096, Unwilling. Not long ago, at the Xie family, He Jiqing had attempted to manipulate Tao Tao, only to be exposed by Qiao Xian. The very next day, Lady Qiao had promptly sent her back to the He family. He Jiqing harbored a sense of resentment towards Qiao Xian. Deep down, she believed that Qiao Xian must have divulged something to Xie Jingrong. How else could it be so coincidental that Qiao Xian encountered them on the first day, only to drive them away on the next? Since being sent away, she had realized that she and the Xie family cousins would never be together. However, upon witnessing the splendor of the Xie family, He Jiqing lost interest in pursuing connections with any other family. Instead, she resolved to venture into the capital and establish a close relationship with the fourth prince, leveraging the reputation of the Xie family and the items granted by Lady Qiao. She was even willing to become one of the fourth prince's concubines. The fourth prince, born to the emperor's favored honored Princess Mei, held a unique position. Although there was a crown prince in the Qin dynasty, his mother had already passed away. Despite being renowned for his talents, the emperor had never treated him favorably. According to He Jiqing, the more praise the crown prince received from the subjects, the more discomfort it caused the emperor. The future was unpredictable, and it was impossible to determine who would ultimately hold the greatest fortune. Who could say that it wouldn't be the fourth prince? He Jiqing envisioned herself as a revered figure, unwilling to settle for a peaceful life with a spouse from a respectable background. That simply wasn't acceptable to her. The fourth prince desired to suppress Shao Yunduan, and Qiao Xian possessed expertise in peonies. He Jiqing saw an opportunity to be of assistance in that regard. If Qiao Xian were to become aware of the current circumstances, perhaps she could let go of the grudges from the past. After all, present benefits held greater importance. However, if Qiao Xian remained unaware of the situation, it couldn't be blamed on He Jiqing. He Jiqing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Without her skills, no one would have shown any interest in Qiao Xian. She was merely putting on airs. Soon, they reached the autumn house. The wide flat land halfway up the mountain provided a breathtaking view. Positioned next to the mountainside, it offered a sweeping vista of more than half of the side yard. Maple trees were scattered throughout, their red leaves more vibrant than fire, creating a truly enchanting sight in the advanced stages of autumn. He Jiqing and Qiao Xian approached secondary concubine Shi, who greeted them with a warm smile and offered them seats. Curiosity gleamed in her eyes as she assessed Qiao Xian, eliciting a chuckle. I've heard from Mother and Princess Consort about Madame Shao. They all praise your ability to know when to advance and when to retreat. Now, seeing you in person, it appears to be true. Over 10 madams and ladies were present as guests, hailing from noble families or holding prominent positions. Qiao Xian was a new face to them, inciting their curiosity. Their gazes unabashedly examined her. Qiao Xian didn't appreciate their direct and unscrupulous stares. However, this wasn't the first time she had faced such scrutiny, nor would it be the last. Having previously encountered the Princess Consort and the Empress, she harbored no fear. She offered a polite smile. Your flattery honors me, Consort Qiao. Secondary concubine Shi beamed. Madame Shao, please don't be so modest. You truly deserve the accolades. Madame Jean, the wife of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Architecture, chimed in. Indeed. We were just discussing Madame Shao and her profound knowledge of flowers. We can't hold a candle to Madame Shao. They all laughed. Another madam pointed at the pot of orchids on the advanced table and asked with a smile, Madame Shao, take a look at it. Do you know what kind it is? What is the problem? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1097, Orchid? Qiao Xian was thinking inwardly, here they are. That was what they were curious about. But that was understandable. She would have been very curious too. That was a rare thing. Qiao Xian threw a look at the orchids. The long, slender green leaves exhibited a lush and moist appearance. They were gathered, with the tips gently drooping outward. Planted in an octagonal purple sand flower pot intricately carved with depictions of mountains, rivers, pine bamboos, it exuded an aura of antiquity and elegance. The flowers bloomed in a delicate shade of light green, evoking a fairy-like elegance. The emerald green sepals resembled peach petals, while the slender flowers mirrored the shape of peach petals. Hence, it earned the name Emerald Peach. Orchids held immense popularity during this era, and Qiao Xian had acquired comprehensive knowledge about them through the system within her spatial realm. Consequently, she recognized the orchid species immediately upon setting her eyes upon them. In the modern era, emerald peaches had long gone extinct, and Qiao Xian had no desire to encounter them at this moment. However, their presence indicated their remarkable value. Qiao Xian observed them attentively but refrained from divulging their exact classification. Emerald peaches were rare, and she was merely a Madame Hanlin hailing from a humble background. It was unlikely that she had encountered them before. She smiled warmly. While I may not be able to identify the exact species, the orchids are thriving and exhibit no signs of distress. You can rest assured. However, the madam appeared unwilling to let the matter go. Nevertheless, I still find these orchids rather lackluster. Our old master has a penchant for cultivating exquisite varieties such as green clouds, plain lotus, heavy snow, peach cheeks, 18 beauties, and so forth. I can't help but feel that there is something amiss with this pot of emerald peaches. Madame Shao, perhaps you could examine them more closely? Upon hearing Madame Qiao's remarks, the others began whispering amongst themselves, hinting at the possibility of something being awry with the orchids. Qiao Xian maintained her composed smile, fully aware of what was truly happening. If there is any issue with the orchids, it is simply because they have recently been relocated from the greenhouse and are still acclimating to their new environment. There are no other problems to be concerned about. The collective shock was palpable. Qiao Xian's explanation seemed absurd. It appeared as though Madame Shao was spouting nonsense. The expression on Madame Qiao's face changed abruptly. In a state of surprise, she blurted out, "How did you know?" Even secondary concubine Shi was taken aback. It seemed that Qiao Xian's statement held truth. Emerald peaches held great significance to the fourth prince, and there were only 3 pots of them in the entire capital. Due to the presence of a hot spring in the vicinity of the side yard, a dedicated greenhouse had been constructed. As winter approached, these precious orchids had been relocated from the greenhouse to the intermediate side yard. In case of sudden weather fluctuations, the greenhouse could be used to maintain a suitable temperature, far superior to relying solely on charcoal fires. Those renowned orchids would lose their perfection if they were damaged, and orchid enthusiasts found such imperfections unacceptable. Secondary concubine Shi had placed the peach blossoms on display not only due to her personal fondness for their elegance but also as a means to showcase her favored position. A few days prior, there had been a sudden drop in temperature, prompting the relocation of the emerald peaches when the weather improved. How could Qiao Xian discern such details so easily? Unable to contain her curiosity, secondary concubine Shi inquired, "Madame Shao, how did you come to this realization?" The others were left dumbfounded, acknowledging the accuracy of Qiao Xian's observation. It became evident that Madame Shao possessed knowledge about the matter. After all, she was the second sister-in-law of secondary concubine Shi's family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1098, Mocking? Qiao Xian smiled serenely as she addressed the gathering. The temperature and humidity disparities between the greenhouse and its surroundings can easily affect orchids. These delicate flowers are highly sensitive to such changes, a fact that is quite evident. Everyone present. Indeed, it had not been an effortless journey for her. "I understand," concurred secondary concubine Shi, nodding graciously. She turned to Madame Shao with a smile and added, "Madame Shao possesses an unparalleled understanding of this subject. Only she can discern such subtleties. We can't claim to possess such discerning tastes." Laughter echoed through the room as the ladies and madams joined in. Some couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They dubbed it sheer luck. In the past, no one paid attention to her. No one laughed at her, looked down on her, or belittled her for her humble beginnings, akin to a mere floral artisan tending to plants and flowers. But when she rescued the emperor's beloved peony, even the court florists were left speechless. Her clever maneuver earned her favor and countless accolades from the emperor and the empress. No one dared to look down on her anymore. No one dared to mock her. It would be tantamount to defying the entire court. Suddenly, a young lady blinked mischievously and inquired, her voice laced with a smile, "That's quite peculiar. The Qiao family doesn't seem to possess a natural aptitude for this profession. How did Madame Shao acquire such skills?" The young lady was a cousin of Tian Shanshan from the Tian family, accompanied by her mother. Officer Tian and his family had remained silent, and as relatives, they had no intention of making things difficult for Qiao Xian on this occasion, for the sake of appearances. However, the girl's inquisitiveness couldn't be faulted. Everyone present was well aware of the animosity between the Tian family, Shao Yunduan, and Qiao Xian. The whispers of Qiao Xian's association with the Qiao family spread throughout the room, igniting a spark of anticipation among the attendees. It was a universally known fact that people reveled in gossip and conflicts. If the Tian family engaged in a dispute with Madame Shao, it would undoubtedly be a captivating spectacle. Qiao Xian smiled in response. "It's not surprising that others are unaware of this. I had a lot of leisure time at home, so I immersed myself in books and took up some personal gardening projects. Over time, I developed certain insights." It was the safest and most indisputable explanation. Even if others doubted her, what did it matter? The lady from the Tian family displayed a look of enlightenment. "Ah, I see. Madame Shao, you possess an exceptional talent for self-learning, despite your young age. I assume you devoted a significant amount of time to this pursuit during your upbringing? It's quite a remarkable approach." She added playfully, "Seems like being overlooked at home can be a blessing in disguise. Who knows what skills one might acquire and how useful they may become in the future." With a jesting tone, she turned to Qiao Xian and continued, "Speaking of which, Madame Shao, you ought to express gratitude to your maternal figure. If it weren't for her, you might never have had the opportunity to flourish." Some couldn't help but burst into laughter, while others discreetly covered their mouths to stifle their amusement. Everyone grasped the underlying meaning behind Ms. Tian's words. She was mocking Qiao Xian for being neglected and unloved by her mother, insinuating her lack of filial piety. According to her, third Madame Qiao's indifference had inadvertently contributed to Qiao Xian's success. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1099. Concealed. However, eventually, she severed ties with the Qiao family, an act considered deeply unfilial. Qiao Xian responded, her voice calm yet resolute. "Lady Tian, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Learning requires time, but talent is equally crucial. Take my husband, for instance. His rise to the position of Primus at such a young age is a testament to his dedication and natural aptitude. Similarly, my proficiency in tending to flowers and trees is not something that can be acquired solely through time." She emphasized the significance of talent over mere passage of time. She continued, recounting her past experiences. "In the past, I used to sneak out and use the money my mother gave me to purchase books of this nature. Although the content was sparse, I would destroy them after reading, fearful that they might cause trouble. Nevertheless, I gleaned some knowledge. At that time, it was merely for amusement. I never anticipated its practical value." Qiao Xian addressed the topic of gratitude. Regarding Ms. Tian's suggestion to express gratitude to third Madame Qiao, that must surely be a jest. Parents should fulfill their roles as parents, wouldn't you agree? However, I am genuinely grateful to third Madame Qiao for breaking off my previous engagement and arranging my marriage to my husband. It is true that misfortunes and fortunes often shape our destinies. A bewildered silence fell upon the room as they exchanged uncertain glances. It was a foolproof plan. Thanks to the Tian family, many secrets regarding Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian had been unearthed, including her previous betrothal, which was no longer a secret. When Qiao Xian married Shao Yunduan, he was merely a destitute talent from the countryside, while her former fiancé was an educated scholar groomed for the position of county magistrate. So, was third Madame Qiao truly acting in her best interests? It seemed she had been scheming to ruin Qiao Xian's life. To steal someone's marriage and shatter their entire existence. One could describe her lineal mother as treacherous as a snake. No one could fault a concubine's daughter for lacking respect towards such a lineal mother. Furthermore, Qiao Xian had married Shao Yunduan after accidentally falling into the water. But how could a girl fall into the water so easily? However, these individuals were not easily swayed. They were the esteemed madams of the distinguished noble families, well versed in the ways of deceit and cunning. They believed that third Madame Qiao had orchestrated the incident, intending for the concubine's daughter to meet her demise in the water. But to everyone's surprise, Shao Yunduan had rescued her. No one dared to speak ill of third Madame Qiao. Tian Jingjing, a member of the Tian family, felt deeply humiliated by Qiao Xian's rebuttal, particularly the final sentence. What did it imply? It hinted that although the Tian family appeared prosperous and esteemed, there might be an underlying source of trouble. How dare they? Tian Jingjing sneered, unable to contain her frustration. So, Madame Shao, it seems you hold great dissatisfaction toward third Madame Qiao. What has she done to warrant such a decisive severance? Perhaps you'd care to enlighten everyone? Tian Jingjing's mother, Ms. Yuan, was taken aback. She shot her daughter a reproachful glance. Jingjing. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian had already begun staging her own performance. She sighed, shaking her head, and replied, "The past is in the past. What good does it serve to delve into old matters? Although we are estranged, I have no desire to dwell on the past any longer. Ms. Tian is correct. As juniors, we should strive to be reasonable, adhere to decorum, and exhibit kindness. let us leave certain things behind us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1100. Good luck. Qiao Xian's heavy sighs seemed to cast Tian Jingjing as the unreasonable one. Tian Jingjing struggled to find her words. Enough, Jingjing, Ms. Yuan interjected, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. She grasped her daughter's sleeves and shot her a warning glance. Tian Jingjing fell silent, turning away in anger. Ms. Yuan couldn't help but inwardly complain about her foolish daughter. Why was Tian Shanshan's business her concern? Tian Shanshan and her father couldn't exploit Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, so why was she so eager? She had a penchant for hanging around Tian Shanshan and putting blind trust in her. Her mother's advice held no sway compared to Tian Shanshan's influence. How exasperating! Though the spectacle had fallen short of their expectations, no one dared to stir up further trouble. They saw the situation clearly. The Tian family had already backed down, and no one else dared to provoke Madame Shao. Was there anyone with a grudge against her? Certainly not. Moreover, after alienating the Tian family to such an extent and causing concerns among the noble and prestigious families in the capital, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had managed to turn the situation around and establish themselves firmly. It was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Even if it was attributed to luck, it made them impressive and awe-inspiring. Those in the government offices, especially those in higher positions, feared opposing someone who appeared to be born with the fortune of the government. They possessed an inherent advantage that others couldn't envy. Going against them meant inviting misfortune upon oneself. It was still premature to make conclusive judgments, but what was the point? Consequently, the conversation shifted swiftly to other topics. Many madams even expressed their willingness to seek Qiao Xian's assistance should they encounter any issues with their prized flowers and trees at home. Qiao Xian responded with a smile and a nod. She harbored no concerns that the madams would treat her as a mere gardener, entrusting her with the care of ordinary flowers and trees. After all, she had tended to the emperor's most prized peony, and no one would dare to belittle her as a common florist. Such treatment would be utterly humiliating. No one would be so foolish. Even Qiao Wei wouldn't stoop to that level. Soon, the conversation shifted to the latest trends in clothing, accessories, and makeup within the capital's elite circles. These noble ladies had been accustomed to a life of luxury since a young age, paying meticulous attention to their appearance and indulging in fine attire, fine dining, luxurious accommodations, and extravagant means of transportation. They were well versed in the art of dressing up. With ample leisure time on their hands, it was only natural for them to discuss these matters. Qiao Xian found herself genuinely intrigued. These were areas of expertise she had never delved into before. While she may not necessarily need such knowledge, there was no harm in listening and expanding her understanding. Thankfully, she possessed a good sense of style, ensuring she dressed well. Yet, upon reflection, if she were truly a concubine's daughter from a small town who had always been disregarded by her lineal mother, she would encounter numerous difficulties in such circles. The barriers within this social sphere were strict indeed. Those who didn't belong would always struggle to fit in. Qiao Xian recognized that she was not a part of their inner circle, despite the kind treatment she received from the madams. There was no way to gain true acceptance from them. Ultimately, it was Shao Yunduan who held the key to her integration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1101. Shao Yunduan. Qiao Xian remained unfazed by the outcome, recognizing that it hinged on Shao Yunduan's position and influence. However, she harbored no concern about it. To her surprise, the topic shifted to lipsticks. The lipsticks she had created had already gained considerable fame within the capital. For the time being, Yuezhing Shao had decided against selling the lipsticks in the capital. Instead, he had discussed with Qiao Xian the prospect of selling them in the province. The capital's market was vast, upscale, and intricate in terms of connections. It was best to avoid involvement in it for now. Although they could collaborate with the Xie family to alleviate some of the challenges, the Xie family was a massive clan, and Xie Jingrong's influence was limited. There was no guarantee that the Xie family wouldn't cause complications. Furthermore, the quantity of goods available was limited. Given the restricted production capacity, Qiao Xian couldn't obtain a substantial supply of lipsticks. Thus, she decided to keep this lucrative and secure venture to herself. She had no intention of sharing the lipstick formulas and craftsmanship with anyone else, aligning with Yuezhing Shao's opinion. Yuezhing Shao respected her boundaries and never probed into the lipstick formulas and craftsmanship, fostering Qiao Xian's eagerness to spend time with the Yuezhing family. Once she possessed the means to keep the secret hidden from everyone, she could establish a workshop in a suitable location. Yet again, it depended on Shao Yunduan. But she didn't feel rushed. Although Yuezhing Shao was only selling lipsticks within the province, they had gained considerable renown. His elder brother would bring some as gifts for his business partners during his travels, and some people within the province purchased them for their relatives and friends in other regions. Gradually, news of these lipsticks reached the intermediate circles within the capital. Yuezhing Shao possessed 10 limited editions, and out of those, 5 were acquired by noble ladies residing in the capital. Numerous ladies and madams were fervently inquiring about the purchasing process, and some even sought assistance from others to obtain them. Merchants based in the capital, particularly those specializing in rouge and cosmetics, attempted to study the strategies for selling these limited editions. However, their efforts were all in vain. Due to Yuzhang's remote location and the fact that the lipsticks posed no threat to the sales of lip gloss within a 500-meter radius of the capital, people either approached Yuezhing Shao for cooperation or resorted to empty threats of collaboration. Being situated in a secluded corner, the Yuezhing family enjoyed relative tranquility. The merchants who visited their doorstep were nowhere near the same league as the Yuezhing family, let alone capable of suppressing them. Yuezhing Shao had publicly declared that the production process was intricate, involving complex raw materials, and the products were strictly limited in quantity. This created the perception that the product was exceedingly rare and difficult to produce, causing many to step back. However, Qiao Xian was taken aback by her own mention in this context. The topic of lipsticks ignited great excitement among the madams, who indulged in comparing the variety of styles and colors they possessed. I've heard that lipstick production is quite troublesome, resulting in limited availability. Such a pity. Yes, if only we could establish a store in the intermediate area, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to acquire them. At times, we can't even manage to purchase them. There's an overwhelming demand here. In my opinion, it seems that the owner lacks business acumen. Why not consider opening a store in the capital? What's the point of worrying about the business? The owner is not unintelligent. They are capable of making profits, but opening multiple stores might not be feasible. I've heard that there is only one store in Yuzhang City, just one. Absolutely. Exactly. Otherwise, there would have been additional stores by now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, Not Lying. Oh yes, second madam said, turning towards Qiao Xian with a smile. Madam Shao hails from Yuzhang, doesn't she? You must be well informed about this, right? All eyes turned to Qiao Xian. Tian Jingjing sneered and cast a contemptuous glance at Qiao Xian, assuming that lipsticks were too expensive for her and she couldn't afford them. How could she possibly know? Lipsticks were being sold for 10 liang, and Yuezhing Shao had offered Qiao Xian 5 liang for each one. Qiao Xian was taken aback by the sudden question. She immediately faced a dilemma. She couldn't reveal the truth, but third Madam Qiao, Qiao Wei, and Qiao Ko knew that the lipsticks belonged to the Yuezhing family. If she spoke up now, it would create an uncomfortable situation between third Madam Qiao and the Yuezhing family, leading to embarrassment. Qiao Xian didn't want such an awkwardness to arise. She didn't want people to perceive her as a liar. Even if third Madame Qiao and the others didn't mention it or didn't have the opportunity to do so, secrets known by two individuals will inevitably become known to everyone sooner or later. But telling the truth wouldn't work either. What if they were compelled to cooperate? Even without resorting to forceful tactics, it would still bring trouble upon them. Qiao Xian felt a headache coming on. She couldn't lie, and she couldn't tell the truth. She lowered her gaze, nodded, and shyly replied, "Of course, I know about lipsticks. I am aware of some aspects of the business with the Yuezheng family. Lipsticks require various ingredients like roses, Chinese roses, pomegranate flowers, cinnamon, red and blue flowers for dyeing." That was all she could disclose. Even third Madame Qiao had limited knowledge about lipsticks. She relied on the Yuezheng family, leading her to subconsciously believe that they were in charge of the business, not her. Even if they were about to speak, they wouldn't have much to say. As expected, everyone was taken aback and quickly grasped the situation. They had never anticipated that Qiao Xian had a connection to lipsticks. Knowing how to cultivate flowers and considering that lipsticks required flower dyes, it seemed logical for the Yuezheng family to collaborate with her. "I never expected Madame Shao to possess such expertise." Indeed, Madame Shao is truly talented in many aspects. Wait a moment. They all grew increasingly curious. Qiao Xian began sharing some anecdotes and stories. They listened with emotional sighs, their perceptions of her shifting. How fortunate they were. She must have earned a substantial amount of money simply by supplying flowers. It explained why she could accompany editor Shao to the capital. It also shed light on why editor Shao would rather offend the Tian family than divorce her. So someone asked Qiao Xian if she could buy lipsticks from Yuzhang. The capital was very far away from Yuzhang, and no one would send their family to Yuzhang for no reason. Therefore, whenever there was a new grade, it could not be bought at all. They needed to spend a lot of efforts to buy some. Qiao Xian found herself in a predicament. She had mentioned that if anyone desired the lipsticks, they could seek her assistance. However, she wasn't certain if she could fulfill those requests. While in the capital, both she and Shao Yunduan had no means of maintaining direct contact with Yuzhang. Their only option was to send letters through a caravan. Everyone concurred, understanding that Qiao Xian lacked the assistance of servants capable of running errands over such a long distance. They were even less reliable than her own family. Thus, the idea was quickly dismissed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103. Forget it. They all engaged in lively conversation over tea and reveled in the picturesque surroundings, soon gathering for a delightful lunch. Someone mentioned their plan to visit Fayun Temple in the north to offer incense and invited Qiao Xian to join them. Qiao Xian agreed with a nod. One by one, they departed for their destination. However, He Jiqing requested that Qiao Xian stay back and have a chat with her. She also extended an invitation for Qiao Xian to visit the fourth prince's mansion whenever she had the time. Qiao Xian politely nodded, inwardly determined not to accept the invitation. She had no idea what He Jiqing had in mind, but she knew it couldn't be anything good. However, she didn't want to revisit the time when she and Shao Yunduan had left the capital, facing the fourth prince's attempts to set them up. If the opportunity arose in the future, she could consider paying them a visit then. For now, she decided to let it go. Secondary concubine sure hadn't caused any trouble, and Qiao Xian had done nothing to provoke her either. Shao Yunduan felt relieved seeing her safe and sound. Approaching her, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief before saying, "Look, you've returned safely and unharmed. The fourth prince's estate must be magnificent, and the red leaves on the mountains must be stunning." Shao Yunduan sighed with relief and gently held her hands. "I will have a few days off soon. Let's go to the mountains and enjoy the beauty of the red leaves, all right?" Qiao Xian smiled and nodded. "That sounds like a plan." "Absolutely." It was autumn in the capital, and vibrant red leaves adorned the scenery. Shao Yunduan had intended to take her mountain climbing and admire the picturesque landscapes. After all, he didn't want his wife to feel lonely. With his busy schedule at Hanlin Academy, she had little to do to pass the time. Qiao Xian had been busy managing their properties at home. She had a lot on her plate, and she could even whip up delicious meals. However, without many people to share them with and help with the tasting, she and Shao Yunduan felt that something was missing. Qiao Xian recounted her encounter with He Jiqing to Shao Yunduan. Seeing Shao Yunduan's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. It dawned on her that Shao Yunduan had never met He Jiqing before and had no idea who she was. After some thought, Qiao Xian decided to share He Jiqing's identity and how she had been involved in the scheme against Tao Tao and herself. He Jiqing was, after all, the concubine of the fourth prince, and the fourth prince had a close relationship with the Tian family. Qiao Xian believed that Shao Yunduan should be aware of this, rather than being kept in the dark. Shao Yunduan furrowed his brow. That really happened? Qiao Xian sneered and glanced at him. This cousin of mine is nothing more than a cunning woman, and I have exposed her true nature. It's a matter of reputation, and I don't want to dwell on it. I thought we would never cross paths again, so I decided to spill the beans. But now she's associated with the fourth prince. After such a long detour, they had encountered the situation once again. Shao Yunduan spoke, his tone serious. This woman is up to no good. Stay away from her as much as possible. She's just a concubine without an official title, and she won't hold it against you for not associating with her. Although the imperial family held great power, a prince's concubine did not possess enough influence to command the women of the court, especially when it came to someone as unique as Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian smiled. I will keep my distance from her, and we will only meet at formal gatherings. However, she must have approached me for a reason. I fear the fourth prince is behind this, and he is after you, my husband. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, Understanding. In the eyes of outsiders, Qiao Xian was perceived as someone who only knew how to care for flowers and trees. Moreover, she was already quite capable in the presence of the emperor, and the fourth prince wouldn't gain much from her. Peony flowers didn't fall ill all the time, and Qiao Xian's usefulness lay more in handling emergencies. The fourth prince didn't need to go through so much trouble. However, Shao Yunduan was different. He had achieved the title of champion among numerous intermediate masters due to his genuine talent. He was an honest man with high moral values and fearlessness in the face of power. Most importantly, he enjoyed the emperor's protection, which wasn't an easy feat. Furthermore, anyone from the Qiao family could easily discover the kind of family they were. It would become evident that Shao Yunduan must have employed some clever tactics to sever ties with the Qiao family. In the eyes of outsiders, Qiao Xian seemed disconnected from all of this. The fourth prince might have realized that it was the Qiao family who severed ties, but it was Shao Yunduan who successfully escaped the troubles associated with them. Given these factors, it was possible that the fourth prince had ulterior motives. Shao Yunduan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected his wife to be so astute. My love, you're overthinking, Shao Yunduan reassured her, taking her hand and speaking calmly. I am merely a minor editor at Hanlin Academy, and am not worth the efforts of the fourth prince. Even if he harbors intentions, now is not the opportune time. Qiao Xian contemplated his words and agreed, deciding to put those thoughts aside. Instead, she focused on the idea of mountain climbing with him. The persimmons in the capital were especially sweet, the dates delightfully crunchy, and the grapes incredibly delicious. There was an abundance of these fruits during this time of year. They planned to climb mountains, purchase fresh fruits from local farmers, search for wild mushrooms and fungi, and enjoy picking wild fruits. It would be a splendid adventure. Shao Yunduan was well aware that the fourth prince had his eyes on him due to the Tian family incident. However, everything thus far had been a subtle test, nothing overt. He had maintained a low profile, carefully concealing key information to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He had successfully evaded a few traps along the way. For now, things were progressing smoothly. Shao Yunduan exercised patience, knowing that he needed to wait for the right moment to approach the emperor and request to be released from his current position. He had already devised a solid excuse. He desired to become a local official and make tangible contributions to the well-being of the local populace. That was precisely what he yearned for, as it would allow him to escape the troubles of the capital. If they remained in the intermediate region of the capital, the Tian family would eventually catch up to them. Of course, he could seek the support of a patron and serve the crown prince or another prince, but he had no such intentions. Even though he hadn't been in the capital for long, he possessed enough clarity to perceive the situation for what it truly was, unswayed by the allure of fame and fortune. The emperor dedicated much of his time to cultivation and pill-making, resulting in only 5 or 6 imperial court meetings per month. Governmental affairs were seemingly managed by the crown prince, the princes, and the cabinet elders. However, things weren't as straightforward as they appeared. The crown prince's kind-heartedness often led to the involvement of various factions and forces before reaching a resolution in most governmental matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105. The events of today seem to benefit the fourth prince, while the third prince would strive to gain advantages in the next day's events. If there were any vacancies the day after tomorrow, another struggle would ensue. What about the crown prince? He was constantly burdened with the task of balancing conflicts among his brothers. His selflessness was admirable, but his efforts seemed futile when faced with his difficult siblings. It went without saying that the emperor's most trusted Taoist, Shangzhen, had been discovered by Honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince. Honored Princess Mei had always been favored, and the fourth prince possessed intelligence that endeared him to the emperor the most. The only one who could challenge the crown prince's authority was the fourth prince. The second prince was not to be underestimated either. His mother, Princess Concubine Virtue, was the niece of the late Empress Dowager and belonged to the powerful Sun family. The Sun family held military might, and the emperor and the Empress Dowager shared a close relationship, having grown up with Consort. Consequently, they held the second prince in high regard. As for the third prince, although his maternal family lacked grandeur and excitement, he was the son of the current Empress Qi. Besides the crown prince, he held the most honorable status. This advantage, coupled with his Khanate realm cultivation, naturally garnered him many followers. Empress Qi may not possess the same virtue as the former empress, but over the years, she had amassed significant influence. It was evident to all that the emperor appointed Empress Qi as empress because her family lacked power or talent, ensuring that no one posed a threat to the crown prince. During that time, the emperor still held the crown prince in high regard. However, as time went on, things would inevitably become more complicated. The emperor had no intention of abolishing the crown prince, but at times he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. No one knew what was truly on the emperor's mind. With so much unknown, imagination ran wild. Furthermore, the crown prince's kind-heartedness often led him to make concessions to gloss over issues, inadvertently empowering his younger brothers and fueling their arrogance. They looked down on him even more. Even Yunduan, who had just arrived in the capital, couldn't help but worry for the crown prince. The crown prince's benevolence was admirable, but would he truly be able to withstand the challenges until the end? It wasn't that he lacked kindness, but rather, the other princes failed to appreciate his kind gestures and instead took advantage of them. Yunduan held a favorable impression of the crown prince. He was a friendly and benevolent man, but as the crown prince, he had no means to exert control over the others. Although the surface of the capital appeared calm, the tension beneath the facade was palpable. No one knew when the taut string would snap. Not wanting to offend anyone, Yunduan decided it was best to leave the capital. In fact, had it not been for the emperor's words at the banquet, he might have been forced out of the capital. Yunduan chose not to disclose this to Qiao. It would only add to her troubles, and it wasn't necessary. They still had time to devise a plan. 2 days later, the weather remained pleasant. During their break, Yunduan took Qiao out for a walk. The red leaves in the fourth prince's courtyard were exquisite, but the mountains were adorned with a mesmerizing display of fiery red and golden colors, captivating their hearts even more. They picked an abundance of mushrooms in the mountains, as well as persimmons and dates from the farmer's house at the foot of the mountain. They purchased eggs and pickles produced by the farmer's family, enjoying the afternoon until the sun began to set in the west, returning home with contentment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106. At Fayun Temple. The capital was a truly captivating place. Yunduan didn't stop Qiao when she expressed her desire to visit the fourth prince's side yard and join the noble ladies in offering incense. He understood that his wife couldn't stay confined indoors, and they were currently unable to leave the capital. He shouldn't be overly anxious. He should trust her words. Qiao had a sense of propriety and knew how to conduct herself. Fayun Temple, located in the northern part of the capital's suburbs, was one of the 8 renowned monasteries. Nestled in the Jade Mountain, it possessed an air of solemnity and grandeur. Waterfalls and natural springs adorned its surroundings, with peculiar peaks and unique stones dotting the landscape. The scenery was especially captivating, particularly during the spring and autumn seasons. Every year, a continuous stream of pilgrims flocked to the monastery to offer incense and to admire the beauty of the back mountains. Qiao, along with the wife of the censor, Madame Su, and several other young women, had come here for leisure rather than solely for offering incense. The back mountain of Fayun Temple boasted picturesque scenery, but the vegetarian fare served within the monastery itself was rather ordinary. On the other hand, there was a restaurant called Shifeng located at the foot of the mountain that served exceptional dishes, featuring various wild game from the countryside. The food was fresh and unexpectedly popular among the affluent visitors in the capital, leading to bustling business each day. Accompanied by Madame Su, Qiao, and a few maids and elderly women, they embarked on their excursion. Qiao had chosen not to bring Li Xia or Li Qiao with her this time. They had reserved a private room at Shifeng before making their way towards Fayun Temple. As the temple was situated halfway up the mountain, it would be arduous for the noble ladies to climb all the way there. Since the wagons couldn't reach the temple directly, they opted to use litters instead and arrived at the temple after a half-hour journey. It wasn't a day of high religious significance, so there weren't many visitors present to offer incense. They entered the hall to pay their respects before listening to the sutras recited by the revered elderly master in the small courtyard. This marked Qiao's first visit to Fayun Temple. After listening to the sutras recited by the master, they engaged in a discussion about karma over tea. However, Qiao didn't particularly enjoy the topic and politely excused herself with a smile, venturing outside to explore the surroundings. When Qiao and Li Xia returned to the yard, Madame Su and the others were nowhere to be found. The young monks who remained behind respectfully joined their hands together and bowed, addressing Qiao and the other female benefactors. Benefactor Qiao and esteemed guests, Madame Su and the others have already proceeded to the back mountains. I will wait here to accompany Benefactor Qiao and guide you there. Please, Benefactor Qiao. Qiao nodded in acknowledgement and returned the greeting, responding politely, "Very well, thank you, Master." "No, Benefactor Qiao, please." "Please." The young monk appeared unfazed by Qiao's presence and led her serenely into the mountains. Qiao harbored no concerns. She was immersed in the picturesque scenery and had no fear of being deceived by the noble ladies in the mountains. Curiosity flickered within her, wondering if they would engage in any distinctive activities compared to the locals. After all, they were in the capital. The scenery at the back of Fayun Temple's mountain lived up to its renowned reputation. Breathtaking peculiar peaks and unique stones greeted the eye, igniting a sense of wonder. The autumn mountains displayed a vibrant tapestry of colors, exuding beauty and charm. Streams meandered through the mountains, cascading in various sizes and forming picturesque waterfalls at several locations. The tranquil sounds of flowing water blended harmoniously with the stunning landscape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107. Cooperation. Entering the depths of the mountain, the scenery became vibrant, tranquil, and enchanting. The air felt noticeably fresher, infused with a gentle fragrance of wood that mingled with the crisp moisture in the atmosphere, rejuvenating the senses. Colorful and picturesque mountains stretched endlessly before Qiao's eyes. The renowned beauty of Fayun Temple's back mountains is truly well-deserved. Masters, cultivating in such a setting and being able to witness this scenery every day must contribute to your extraordinary aura. Qiao exclaimed with a smile, withdrawing her gaze only to discover that the master who had guided her had vanished. The forest remained peaceful, filled with the melodic chirping of birds. The autumn season was in full swing, showcasing the stunning leaves that fluttered like butterflies in the wind. Qiao found herself alone amidst the mountains. Numerous paths crisscrossed through the woods, and unexpectedly, a bend in the road revealed an empty stretch devoid of any presence. Yet Qiao anticipated this turn of events. She even saw clearly that the noble ladies weren't truly immersed in the scenic beauty of the back mountains. Qiao chuckled inwardly. These people were truly despicable. Since she had arrived, she had no intention of leaving. She intended to fully appreciate the breathtaking scenery. If she happened upon any delectable wild fruits, she could transplant the trees into her space. Perhaps she could even gather some mushrooms. See how cooperative she was. Qiao harbored no suspicion that the young monk had deceived her all this while. She reveled in the scenery and maintained a cautious demeanor, utilizing her superpower to sense every blade of grass and tree within a range of 2,000 meters, remaining vigilant to her surroundings. To her surprise, amidst the stillness, Qiao noticed the presence of a young boy, around the age of 13 or 14, lying in the bushes less than 300 meters away from her. The material of his attire was difficult to discern, but it bore a distinct texture that indicated it was no ordinary fabric. A white jade pendant with ginger tassels adorned his waist. His hair was neatly tied with a Yunduan, and his pale face showcased well-defined features, including thick eyebrows, a prominent nose, and exquisite facial contours. It was evident that he hailed from a noble family. Startled, Qiao detected that he was merely unconscious but still breathing. Without hesitation, Qiao hurried over to investigate. She wouldn't have approached if he hadn't been breathing, as she didn't wish to involve herself in any trouble. But since he was still alive, she couldn't simply leave him alone. If it were a dire situation, she could always escape. After pondering for a moment, she took out a handkerchief, folded the corners, and covered half of her face. The young man appeared to have lost consciousness due to an attack on his back, evident from the bump on the back of his head. Though he wasn't bleeding, his condition looked rather alarming. He furrowed his brow, displaying signs of discomfort. With his slender frame, he seemed delicate, prompting an instinctual sense of caution. Qiao grasped his hands and channeled her superpower into his body, attempting to alleviate the bump on the back of his head. Before long, the young man blinked and his eyes fluttered open. Startled, he gazed at Qiao, seemingly disoriented about his surroundings and what had transpired. Qiao greeted him with a warm smile, observing his innocent expression. "You're awake now. Stand up." Qiao, who had been crouched next to him, rose to her feet and took a couple of steps back. Internally, she let out a sigh. There was a noticeable disparity between the countenance of an ordinary individual and that of someone with a developmental delay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108. Young Man. This young man possessed a clear vision, yet he appeared perplexed. Qiao sensed an abnormality within his mind. It was a shame that he was so handsome. Despite not recognizing Qiao, The young man displayed utmost compliance. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to his feet, his hands firmly planted on the ground. Qiao Xian pondered why he was alone in this place. Before she could inquire, the young man beamed at her and exclaimed, "Sister." Qiao Xian was taken aback. Perplexed, the young man glanced around and queried, "Sister, who are you? Why am I here? What brings you to this place?" Qiao Xian chuckled. How could she possibly respond to that? The boy continued, "Sister, what happened to your face?" Qiao Xian lowered her handkerchief, revealing a smile. "I have a fear of insects, but I am all right now. I came here to admire the scenery. And you? What are you doing here all alone? Where is your family?" "Family?" The young man smiled. "My parents are at home, and Dazhong and Tuan are playing with me." He looked around, puzzled. "Where are Dazhong and Tuan?" "Dazhong?" He shouted loudly. Caught between laughter and tears, Qiao Xian realized he possessed enough intelligence to clear up the confusion. After she had healed him, he experienced no pain or discomfort, and he had even forgotten how he sustained his injury. Qiao Xian gently reminded him, "When I discovered you, you were unconscious on the ground. I revived you. Do you recall how you lost consciousness?" The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he spoke. I think I fell. My head was hurting, but now it doesn't hurt at all. You saved me? Thank you, sister." With a grateful smile, the young man expressed his appreciation to Qiao Xian. His joyous demeanor brought some relief to Qiao Xian, and she smiled back. "You're welcome. What's your name? Where do you live? I can accompany you home." The young man replied cheerfully, "Okay. My name is Qin Yi, and I live in the capital." Qiao Xian sighed inwardly. I see, this was going to be quite challenging. The capital was vast, and she had no clue about his exact destination. It seemed she would have to stay with him a bit longer. If he disappeared, his family would surely come looking for him. "Let's rest under that tree," she suggested. "Okay." The young man nodded, wearing a bright smile. He was well-behaved and amiable. He followed Qiao Xian to the tree and took a seat. However, Qiao Xian couldn't sit still like a child for more than a couple of minutes. She started plucking flowers and grass, lying on the ground to observe grasshoppers and ants. The young man didn't mind. As long as he remained within her sight, she was content. She inwardly chided herself, acknowledging that if all children caused as little trouble as this one, taking care of them would be a breeze. But this child wasn't so easily managed. He returned after a while, his face, clothes, and hands covered in mud and grass. He turned to Qiao Xian and said, "Sister, I'm thirsty. I want to drink water." "Qiao Xian, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1109. Warily sized up Qiao Xian. "Let's go, it'll take you to wash your hands," Qiao Xian suggested. "Yeah, that's all," the young man replied. Not far from their location, there was a stream with crystal-clear water, allowing one to see the bottom. It was exceptionally clean. Qiao Xian guided him to wash his hands in the stream. She took out a handkerchief, wrung it out, and handed it to him to wipe his face. Then, when the young man wasn't paying attention, she discreetly retrieved a water bag from her belongings and passed it to him. "Drink this." "Thank you, sister." The young man displayed good manners as he graciously accepted the water bag, a silly smile adorning his face. He opened it slowly and began to gulp down the water. Although he drank without hesitation, his demeanor remained elegant and composed. A person's upbringing was deeply ingrained in their character, and it couldn't be easily concealed. Qiao Xian formed a favorable impression of him. She retrieved a bunch of jujubes from her belongings and handed them to him. "Here, taste these jujubes. They are incredibly sweet." After returning home, they had planted jujube trees in her space, cutting off a branch full of fruits. The originally egg-sized fruit tree had now grown to the size of a fist. She hadn't plucked the dates from the tree yet, but they tasted much better than those found outside. Since arriving in the capital, She had also planted apple trees, pear trees, persimmons, and grapes in her space. However, they hadn't borne fruit yet. Hopefully, they would be ready by next year. Thank you, sister. The young man didn't inquire about the source of the dates but expressed his gratitude politely before happily indulging in them. His eyes gleamed with delight. These dates you gave me are incredibly sweet and delicious. Qiao chuckled. Eat as many as you want. This young man was quite skilled in conversation. The two of them returned to the tree and settled down. As they ate, the young man and Qiao grew more acquainted with each other. He continuously requested her to play with him. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Qiao had no interest in watching insects or picking flowers and grass. She suggested, "How about plucking some grass? I can weave a grasshopper for you, all right?" In the countryside, there wasn't much entertainment for children, but many people knew how to weave grasshoppers, dragonflies, and other creations. Qi was particularly skilled at it, even teaching Qiao how to weave straw hats and frogs in the past. The young man showed great enthusiasm, nodding eagerly as he went to gather the weeds. "Lord Heirson, we've been searching for you." Before the young man returned with the weeds, a group of people emerged from one of the nearby forest paths. One of the page boys spotted them and shouted, rushing towards them. Several guards followed closely behind. Lord Heirson. Qiao was taken aback and decided to stay where she was. This Lord Heirson seemed to have a simple mind, so he should be fine. Lord Heirson appeared delighted to see them and waved in their direction. "Tuan, Uncle Jiang, you're here. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen you in so long, you had me worried." Tuan approached Lord Heirson, anxiously examining him. "Are you all right? Did you injure yourself? Do you feel any discomfort?" "I'm fine now, but this sister saved me." Lord Heirson beamed, glancing at Qiao. Tuan and Uncle Jiang warily observed Qiao. Uncle Jiang took a step forward and expressed his gratitude, saying, "How did you save Lord Heirson? And why are you here alone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:10. Understood. This Lord Heirson was a simple-minded individual who could easily be deceived and manipulated. Uncle Jiang's questioning was not particularly polite, but Qiao wasn't offended by it. She chose not to mention how Lord Heirson had lost consciousness when he was injured. With a smile, she explained, "A few ladies and I came to Fayun Temple to offer incense, but we got separated as we were exploring the temple. Later, a young gentleman informed me that the ladies were enjoying the scenery in the back mountain, so he led me here. However, halfway through, I suddenly realized that he had disappeared. It was at that moment that I discovered Lord Heirson lying unconscious in the grass. I had just awakened him when you arrived." Uncle Jiang nodded. "I see." He examined Qiao and smiled. "Madam Qiao, you seem to come from a prominent family. Why did you venture out without a servant?" Qiao replied, "Officer, you have a keen eye. My husband is Primus Shao, serving as editor Shao at Hanlin Academy. We have 2 maids at home, but we had various matters to attend to today, so we didn't bring them along." "Oh, so you're Madam Shao?" Uncle Jiang exclaimed, surprised. He studied her and smiled. "My apologies for the misunderstanding." He understood that Madam Shao wouldn't be easily deceived. After all, the core issue lay with the Tian family. Even if the Tian family didn't care, there would be no shortage of people who would take advantage of their vulnerability. They might be attempting to gain favor with the Tian family or simply trying to exploit their weakness. Since their arrival in the capital, Shao and Madame Shao had been in the spotlight. "I am honored," Qiao replied with a smile. "Since you're all right, Lord Heirson, I shall take my leave." She understood the situation. Whoever this young man was, he must come from a noble family to be addressed as Lord Heirson. Seeing Uncle Jiang and the others so concerned about him, she deduced that they must hail from a powerful family. If Qiao hadn't awakened the young man, she would have struggled to prove her innocence when discovered in this situation. However, given the young man's mental instability, he could easily be deceived. If someone were orchestrating this, it could ignite a dangerous situation. Qiao Xian didn't believe that Madame Su would dare to manipulate a lord heir son. The Tian family, the fourth prince's mansion, or He Jiqing might be involved, but it always seemed to come back to them. Uncle Jiang expressed his gratitude, saying, "This is our lord heir son from Lord Anping Manor. Thank you for saving us, Madame Shao. We will surely express our gratitude in the future." Lord Anping Manor? Qiao Xian hadn't heard of it before, but being a lord manor meant it was a highly influential family. She smiled and replied, "It was merely a coincidence, officer. You are being too kind with your words, and we are unworthy of your gratitude." Uncle Jiang smiled and didn't say anything further. He returned to the mansion to report to the Lord and the Princess Consort of Lord Anping Manor. Lord Anping Manor would never owe anyone a favor. However, as Qin Yi, the lord heir son of Lord Anping Manor, saw Qiao Xian preparing to leave, he tugged at her sleeves and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Tuan, concerned that Qiao Xian might laugh at his master, quickly pulled on his arm and reassured him, "Lord heir son, what would you like to play?" "I'll play with you." Qiao Xian smiled. "I'm going home. You should also return home. Don't wander alone. There are many unscrupulous people out there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:11 Invitation. Unable to resist, Qiao Xian felt compelled to intervene. This young lord heir son was pure and harmless, especially with his innocent and adorable clear eyes. He appeared delicate, beautiful, and fragile, evoking sympathy from those around him. The young heir nodded obediently and refused to let her leave. "I want grasshoppers." He looked so pitiful. Qiao Xian sighed inwardly. Motivated by the situation, Tuan smiled and chimed in, "Lord heirs, it's easy to find grasshoppers. I'll get them for you." But the heir didn't want that. "I want my sisters." Qiao Xian's head throbbed. She turned to Uncle Jiang with a wry smile. "I was just speaking with the young heir earlier, mentioning that we would weave grasshoppers for him, but before I could finish, you arrived." Tuan scratched his head, feeling uncertain. He didn't know how to weave grasshoppers. Uncle Jiang started to hesitate. Qiao Xian, as the wife of a court official, had her own county king and the princess consort of the prefecture who, for some reason, had been keeping a low profile. Strategist Shao was the emperor's favorite, and if they kept his wife solely for the purpose of making a grasshopper for the young heir, it would be impolite and would expose their intentions. However, the young master was innocent, and the prefecture lord and the princess consort deeply loved their only son. They didn't want him to experience any grievances. Moreover, the young master had always been indulged and spoiled, so the entire mansion couldn't deny his requests. They couldn't just turn him down. Uncle Jiang pondered for a moment and suggested, "The prefecture lord's mansion is not far from here, and the princess consort of the prefecture is currently taking the young master to the abbey for a stroll. Madame Shao, if it's convenient for you, please come to the abbey. That way, when the princess consort learns that you saved the young master, she can personally express her gratitude. Madame Shao, please weave a grasshopper for our young master." Upon hearing this, the young heir became elated, unwilling to let go of Qiao Xian. He exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, sister, please come to my home. I have lots of snacks and fruits for you to enjoy." Confusion crossed Uncle Jiang's face as he turned to Qiao Xian for clarification. Qiao Xian helplessly explained, "I have some dates with me for the young heir to eat." The young master was reciprocating her kindness by offering snacks and fruits. What a well-mannered child. Suddenly, Uncle Jiang understood the situation and smiled. His young master had a remarkable character, although he had never shown such attachment to anyone other than the prefecture lord and the princess consort of the prefecture. Indeed, the young master might be innocent, but he was not foolish. He might not discern those who were flattering him from those who treated him genuinely, but he could sense it. As servants, they were always infuriated. Those young masters might wear smiles on the surface, but inside, they sneered at the young master. They were not worthy of doing so. Madame Shao proved to be a genuinely kind-hearted woman. The young heir added, "The dates are so sweet." He seemed to be lost in reminiscence. Uncle Jiang laughed, assuming the young master was hungry and enjoyed everything he ate. He invited Qiao Xian to accompany them. Qiao Xian felt annoyed by Madame Su and the others. They might not have taken any direct action, but they were undoubtedly accomplices. In that case, there was no need for her to stand on ceremony. "Thank you very much. Officer Jiang, please have someone inform the monks at the monastery to let Madame Su know that she doesn't have to wait for me." "Okay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11-12 Confusion. Qiao Xian followed the young heir and Uncle Jiang to the mansion of the Prefecture Lord of Unping. The young heir was brimming with happiness, engaging Qiao Xian in discussions about feeding the fish, pastries, and fruits. As someone experienced in interacting with children, Qiao Xian effortlessly entertained and conversed with the young heir. Uncle Jiang, initially concerned about her patience, breathed a sigh of relief and found himself growing fond of her. Meanwhile, at Fayun Temple, Madame Su and the others enjoyed a tea session before strolling through the garden to admire the chrysanthemums. They played for a while until someone realized that a ring seemed to have been misplaced in the garden. They assisted in searching for it, eventually discovering it in front of a cluster of golden chrysanthemums. Originally planning to venture into the back mountains for sightseeing, they decided against it due to fatigue. Instead, they returned to the courtyard and opted to rest before descending from the mountain. As they arrived at Shifeng restaurant for lunch, someone inquired about Qiao Xian's whereabouts. A person complained, "Madame Shao is so young, yet she seems to do as she pleases. Why hasn't she returned yet? We're all waiting here." Another person jokingly chimed in, "Maybe Madame Shao went for a sightseeing adventure in the back mountains." A Taoist added, "That can't be true, right? What is she doing all alone?" The first person smiled, saying half-jokingly, "You never know with Madame Shao. She's quite audacious." Laughter filled the air. Indeed, she was bold. Madame Su's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She was about to send someone to fetch Qiao Xian when a young monk approached them, delivering a surprising message. "Madame Shao, you don't have to wait for Madame Shao. She has gone to Lord Onping Manor to convey a message, please." "What? Lord Onping Manor? What's happening?" Madame Su's grip tightened on the handkerchief as she exclaimed, "Wasn't Madame Shao in the monastery's intermediate area? Why was she taken to Lord Onping Manor? What transpired?" "Madame Qiao, please remain calm," the monk gently urged, providing an explanation. Madame Shao was initially in the monastery's intermediate area, but Madame Qiao instructed her to wait at the back of the mountain. As she went there, she encountered the young heir of Lord Onping Manor, who had gotten lost. The young heir and she have a good relationship. When the people from the Prefecture Lord's mansion came looking for her, they asked her to visit the princess consort of the prefecture at the mansion. Worried that Madame Qiao would be concerned, she requested Lord Onping Manor to send someone to deliver the message. So that was the situation. However, what do you mean? We didn't go to the back mountain. Yeah, who informed Madame Shao about this? This is so strange. Everyone regained their senses and exchanged perplexed glances. A mixture of sourness and complexity filled the air. How fortunate for her to encounter the heir of Lord Onping Manor and visit the princess consort of the prefecture. A few astute individuals began to sense that something was amiss. They refrained from speaking out, but their glances at one another conveyed annoyance and speculation. Someone was attempting to set up Madame Shao. It was an outrageous scheme. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13. Princess Consort of the Perfecture Lord. Madame Sue's grip tightened on the handkerchief as she contemplated various possibilities and made her own conjectures. The calm demeanor of the monk, as if he hadn't heard anything, further fueled her suspicions. With a bow and a polite gesture, he left the scene. The temple in the outskirts of the capital often received visits from high-ranking officials and nobility. Open and covert struggles were not uncommon, although the temple usually remained uninvolved. "Well then, let's descend from the mountain," one of the ladies sneered. "We worried for nothing." Instead, she stumbled upon great fortune and fled without facing us, as if she feared we would follow her. She even concocted such a ridiculous story, claiming that we went to the back mountain when we didn't, and she had someone fetch her. "Yes, she's simply making excuses for herself." Another lady chimed in, and the rest remained silent. Madame Sue also smiled. "Very well, let's go." All the ladies descended the mountain together. Some among them, driven by their desires for fame and fortune, started venting their frustrations towards Qiao. Their anger grew more intense. Had it been someone from the prefecture lord's mansion delivering the message, they could have used the excuse of concern for Qiao and the need to pay their respects to the princess consort of the prefecture, accompanying her to the mansion. However, it was the monks from the intermediate area of the monastery who conveyed the message. No matter how shameless they were, they couldn't simply barge into their residence like that. The prefecture lord's mansion wasn't a place they could casually visit. They would become a laughingstock if they were stopped at the doorstep. How could they not be angry at missing such a golden opportunity? But Qiao remained unfazed. She wasn't worth cultivating a friendship with, in their eyes. At the mansion, Qiao extended her greetings to the princess consort of the prefecture, who belonged to the Anping lord's lineage. The princess consort of the prefecture displayed grace and warmth, delighted to witness her precious son forming such a close bond with Qiao. Despite being 14 years old, the young heir had the innocence and demeanor of a 4- or 5-year-old child. Gender was not a concern in their relationship. The princess consort harbored reservations about allowing her son to interact with others, fearing he might be mistreated. It seemed that both the young heir and Uncle Jiang, who had known him since childhood, had never seen him develop such a close connection with anyone outside their family. Consequently, they treated Qiao with even greater enthusiasm. The only regret was that Qiao was a woman. It would have been more convenient if she were a man. Nevertheless, the young heir grew extremely attached to Qiao, and he might even seek a close relationship with Primus Shao in the future. Qiao crafted 2 grasshoppers for the young heir, a large one and a small one. Delighted, the young heir proudly presented them to the princess consort of the prefecture. He pointed at the big one and said with a smile, "This is mother," then pointed at the small one and said, "This is E." The princess consort of the prefecture burst into laughter, filled with joy. Even the princess consort of the prefecture began to show a gentler disposition toward Qiao. Qiao remained in the courtyard of Lord Anping Manor until 4 in the afternoon, when the princess consort of the prefecture finally managed to calm down the young heir. Only then did Qiao take her leave. With a smile and a nod, Qiao acknowledged the young heir's invitation to have fun together the following day. She had no reason to decline, as she found solace in the pure-hearted young heir. He was far more agreeable than the troublesome ladies. As the princess consort of the prefecture owned orchards and vegetable gardens, she instructed her servants to gather 2 large baskets filled with fresh fruits such as apples, pears, evening peaches, persimmons, dates, walnuts, grapes, and more. Additionally, she arranged for 2 boxes of homemade snacks from the small kitchen to be packed for Qiao to take home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:14. Laughter and Tears? That was what Qiao loved. She accepted it happily. The fruits she received were not as tasty as the ones she had grown in her own space, but they were still quite delicious and fresh. The princess consort of the prefecture lord had sent a low-profile wagon to take her back home, and the coachman was very friendly, even helping to carry down 2 baskets of fruits. Qiao and Xiao were surprised by the amount of fruits Qiao received. "Madam Shao, you have bought so many fruits. They look so fresh." Qiao smiled and told them, "They are gifts." The 2 girls teased that their madam must be very popular to receive so many fruits. Caught between laughter and tears, Qiao couldn't believe they were serious. Was she really destined to have a good relationship with people? It seemed unlikely, especially now that the Tian family was gaining more power. She and Shao Yunduan would not become popular in reality. Soon, Shao Yunduan returned, and Qiao shared her story with him. She didn't mention being set up as no one could deceive her in the mountains. Instead, she told him that she got separated from the madams and ended up saving the young heir of the prefecture lord of Anping's mansion. She also mentioned her visit to the princess consort of the prefecture lord. Curious, she asked Shao Yunduan, "Darling, do you know anything about Lord Anping Manor? What kind of family is it?" The capital was filled with numerous nobles, high-ranking officials, and noble families, making it challenging to keep track of everyone's background. Shao Yunduan, being part of the Hanlin Academy, had access to more information than she did. He was well-informed and often heard about various gossips and stories. Shao Yunduan had heard rumors about the young heir of the prefecture lord's mansion being mentally damaged, so he decided to inquire further. Qiao was taken aback by the revelation. "Oh, it's their family. I heard that the prefecture lord of Anping and the princess consort of the prefecture lord are both gentle people, and their youngest son is their only offspring. When he was young, he was exceptionally bright, capable of reciting sutras and hundreds of poems at the tender age of 3. The emperor adored him greatly. On one occasion, while accompanying the prefecture lord of Anping to the palace, the young heir playfully ate a plate of snacks intended for the emperor. Tragically, a eunuch beside the emperor sought to harm him and had secretly poisoned the pastry. Upon the revelation of this secret, the eunuch committed suicide, and numerous palace officials were implicated. Though the young heir's life was saved, his intelligence suffered irreversible damage, and he could no longer retain his previous brilliance. From that point onward, his mental capacity remained limited for the rest of his life. Qiao sighed, feeling sympathy for the young man. He appeared so handsome and did not seem to be naturally lacking in intelligence. It was indeed an unfortunate turn of events. The princess consort of the prefecture lord and the prefecture lord of Anping must have been devastated when their clever son became mentally damaged overnight. However, the incident served as a shield for the emperor, and the couple did not dare to voice any grievances concerning the matter in court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15. Inside Story. They had nowhere to vent their anger, and they were not even qualified to investigate the matter personally. The palace remained a mystery to them, leaving them in the dark. What no one outside the family, including Shao Yunduan, knew was that the young master was not poisoned by the eunuch's pastry, but by an elixir made by the emperor and the Taoist masters. As a consequence, all the Taoist masters and eunuchs involved in alchemy were beheaded by the furious emperor, and blood flowed like a river. And because of this, the emperor's reputation was ruined. He felt guilty towards his son and Lord Anping Manor, offering them abundant compensation, but he did not want to see them again. Every time he saw them, he would think of this, and he would feel very uncomfortable. The prefecture lord of Anping knew the truth of the accident and sensed the emperor's uncomfortable thoughts. Over the years, he had gradually faded out of the royal family's sight. Apart from necessary occasions, he and his wife never went into the palace. They did not want to offend the emperor. They did not want to get involved with governmental affairs at all. And the young heir had never been to the palace after that. It was reasonable that he did not want to go to the palace. No one would dare to mention that. The emperor let out a sigh of relief and was very satisfied. Therefore, they kept giving out great rewards. Apart from the crown prince, no other princes could match up to them. That was compensation for them. The prefecture lord and his wife were well aware of this. The funny thing was that even though he made some poisonous pills and the emperor dealt with the most trusted Taoist master, he was still engrossed in Tao seeking and elixir making. He believed that the new Taoist master would be able to make the pills. Only a few core members of the royal family knew about this, and outsiders knew nothing about it. Hearing Shao Yunduan's words, Qiao Xian thought of this man who had lost his mind. He could never remember how smart he used to be. Even though he was smiling brightly and obediently, his eyes would never shine with wisdom anymore. He would always have the innocence of a child, which made him feel even more sympathetic towards the young heir. The prefecture lord and the princess consort of the prefecture lord felt tormented seeing their son like this every day. He is such a cute child. He even said that he wanted to have fun with me. Shao Yunduan smiled. Darling, you are kind-hearted. The young master is not stupid, and it is not strange that he likes you. He is just a child and he can do whatever he wants. But you are my wife, and it would be best not to get too close to him. Qiao Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. She teased him. What are you talking about? You know that the young master is a child, so what are you talking about? Shao Yunduan laughed. Qiao Xian had thought that the young master would not be here until a few days later, or maybe he had been distracted by something else and forgot about her. After all, children did not have a long memory. It was normal for them to be forgetful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16. Uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the young master came the following morning. Apart from Uncle Jiang, Tuan, and a few guards, there was also a nanny and a maidservant. They got off the wagon and introduced themselves as Auntie Zhu and Xiao Shui. The young heir was delighted to see Qiao Xian. He greeted her with a smile and ran towards her, calling her sister. Auntie Zhu and the others greeted them and went into the yard. There were so many people that the patio was filled with more than 10 people. Auntie Zhu drove out the guards, except for Uncle Jiang and the small group, who offered the presents from the princess consort of the prefecture lord. She smiled. Our young master has been trying to find Madame Shao, and the princess consort of the prefecture lord can't stop him, so I drove him here, hoping that Madame Shao would not be disturbed. Qiao Xian thanked her and gave the gift to Li Xia, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Auntie Zhu, but Lord Heir's son is so innocent and better than many people in the world. I am so glad that he remembers me. Why would I be bothered?" Auntie Zhu smiled brightly and nodded with a smile. "That is great, Madame Shao. Just treat the young heir as you do to others, don't worry." Auntie Zhu could tell if they were sincere or fake. But her son was too pitiful to be played by others. Even if they looked down on him and laughed at him, as long as he was happy, they would pretend not to notice anything. They could not just put him in a group of 4- or 5-year-old children. That would be humiliating for him. But still, they felt uncomfortable. Auntie Zhu could tell that Qiao Xian was not looking down on that boy. In her eyes, the little boy was normal, and that was more precious than anything else. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan's home was not very big, and the young master seemed to have never been to such a small yard before, so he was very curious. Qiao Xian was stuck in a dilemma. She did not know what to play with him. So after a while in the yard, she decided to make some delicious food for him so he could help. Children always like to help. The young heir seemed to have received some very important mission. He was so excited and kept nodding to show that he was going to help. He was so careful that people could not help but laugh. Qiao Xian got some cassava powder, steamed pumpkins and taros, cooked some red beans, prepared raisins, crushed walnuts and almonds, and asked Li Xia and Li Qiao to help too. Soon they started to get busy. Their kitchen was not very big, so Auntie Zhu asked Li Qiao to take care of the young master when she saw Qiao Xian. After making sure that the young master would not get injured, she went into the hall with the others to take a break. The young master was a very playful child. The only requirement for the prince and the princess consort of the prefecture lord was that the young master should be happy. As long as he did not do anything against the law and morality, everything else should be treated nonchalantly and casually. They turned a blind eye. After a while, the food was cooked and served while still warm. The round taro balls were very cute. They were filled with sweet glutinous rice and soft red beans, along with sweet raisins, crispy and delicious crushed walnuts, crushed almonds, and drizzled with honey, sprinkled with dried sweet osmanthus. The dish looked bright in color, had rich ingredients, and the sweet taste was very tempting. It was especially appetizing at a glance. Auntie Zhu had never seen it before, but it seemed to be a dessert. She thought that it might be some local snack from Qiao Xian's hometown, so she accepted it with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:17, More Than Anything. But the moment they tasted it, their eyes sparkled. Very delicious. It is sweet, glutinous, not greasy and chewy. What is it made of? It is so delicious. Tuan and Xiao were both young men and women in their teens. They loved sweet food, and the taro balls instantly fascinated them. Auntie Zhu and Uncle Jiang were not as straightforward as they were, but they seemed to agree. The cassavas were good things, and Qiao Xian had the intention of promoting them. She was not afraid that they would be robbed of their business. The Qin family was so big, and as long as they had a good reputation, no one would be able to steal them away. So she repeated the story with a smile. They even said that they had a lot of cassava powder from their hometown. If they did not mind, they could bring some home to have a try. There were 3 chefs at Lord Onping Manor who specialized in making snacks for their masters. They were very good at making snacks, and they only thought about one thing every day, which was to create different kinds of exquisite snacks for their masters with various ingredients. Auntie Zhu and Xiao were servants who served their masters closely, and they were even more noble and knowledgeable than the masters at home. They had eaten all kinds of delicious food and seen all kinds of luxurious things. But they had never seen or tasted the taste of taro balls. Qiao Xian had never heard of cassava powder before. She was going to give it to the 3 pastry chefs so they could think about how to incorporate it into more flavors for the mansion. Also, the young master seemed to like it very much. That was better than anything else. Auntie Zhu did not turn them down, but accepted them with a smile. The young heir was eating the taro ball desserts he helped to make. He even put 2 bowls in the box, saying that he made them personally and wanted to bring them home for his father and mother to taste. That moved Auntie Zhu and Uncle Jiang. After eating the taro balls, the young heir was thinking about giving desserts to his father and mother, so they went home soon. He could not wait to serve the desserts to his mother. "Mother, I made this myself. Have a taste of it." "What?" The princess consort of the prefecture lord was startled. Auntie Zhu said with a smile, "The young master made desserts for the princess consort of the prefecture lord, and he brought them home for the princess consort of the prefecture lord to try. Our young master is the most filial." "For real?" The princess consort of the prefecture lord burst with joy and smiled. "He made it. It will definitely taste good." The young heir put a spoonful into the princess consort of the prefecture lord's mouth and asked eagerly, "Mother, is it tasty?" The princess consort of the prefecture lord felt sweetness in her heart. She nodded and smiled as she caressed the young master's head. You are so good, so delicious." The young heir was so happy. "Please, mother, I will make more for you." "Okay, my son is so filial." The young heir smiled happily. After dessert, the mother and the son exchanged a few words. Xiao and Tuan took the young master back to rest, while the princess consort of the prefecture lord asked Auntie Zhu how she was doing at the Shao family. Auntie Zhu smiled and told the whole story. Princess consort of the prefecture lord of Onping smiled. "I knew that Madame Shao is a good person. He likes going there, so let him be. You should treat them nicely and respect them. As long as he is happy, that is better than anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18. Auntie Zhu smiled and added, "But Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord, will the Tian family and the fourth prince." The Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord sneered. "Prefecture Lord and I are just like this. Haven't we made enough concessions? What else can he do? I just hope that he can live a happy life, so he won't suffer any more while we are still alive. I don't care about anything else." The emperor said that they could have other children, but he also insisted that the title of Prefecture Lord must be given to Yi. Wasn't that enough? The emperor almost lost his life after being set up by the shameless Taoist. But when his own family learned about this humiliating thing, the emperor became even more afraid of his own family, despite feeling guilty towards Yi. He worried that his family would leak the secret and humiliate him. He wished that they could disappear as soon as possible. Only dead people could keep the secret. What if they had another child and told the child? He would not tolerate that. Also, she did not want to have any more children. Her Yi was so good, and she was not going to give him any less love. He had nothing left, and he could not live without the love of his parents. At that time, she told herself that as long as he was happy, she would not care about anything else. He liked to hang out with Madame Shao, and he could go to Madame Shao whenever he wanted to. The Tian family couldn't stand that, could they? Then they could come to her. They were afraid of the Tian family and the fourth prince, but the Prefecture Lord's mansion had never been afraid of them. That reminds me. Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord added, "Get someone to keep an eye on the Tian family. They might not dare to come to our mansion, but they might try to bully Editor Shao and Madame Shao. We can't let them suffer because of this." Auntie Zhu sighed inwardly and nodded with a smile. The young master was still a child. The Shao family had a small yard, but he loved to hang out with Qiao Xian. Sometimes Shao Yunduan was present too, so the children were watched by two people. There was nothing fun to do in the yard, so the couple took the young master out for a walk. The young master was a nobleman, and the Prefecture Lord of Anping, the Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord, as well as Auntie Zhu, Uncle Jiang, and Tuan would not go to the market with him, even if they went out with him. At most, they would show him around the lantern market on the Lantern Festival, and most of the time, they went to the abbey. After all, there were all kinds of delicacies in the mansion, and there were pleasure boats in the mansion. Clothes, treasures, and toys. The embroidery maids and tailors who specialized in sewing and embroidery, as well as antiques for the young heir, were not interesting at all. The other rich young masters would only take him out for fun at banquets and gatherings. No one would ask him out for shopping. After all, it was not very suitable for the young heir to go shopping, watch rooster fights, or visit brothels. Therefore, the young master did not go out much. Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian brought him out, which made him very happy. He loved the little clay figurines and a tumbler at the stall. He would always buy some small things and bring them home to show the Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord, who was very happy too. Qiao Xian asked Shao Yunduan to draw some lively and interesting animal drawings, which were drawn on thin wooden boards, painted, carefully cut by a craftsman, broken into uneven pieces of jigsaw puzzles, and then put together with the young master. They could not go out all the time, so jigsaw puzzles were the best way to kill time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:19. The effect was unexpectedly good. The young heir fell in love with it as soon as he started to work on it. Soon, he became engrossed and focused on the jigsaw. Every time a complete picture was put together, he would be so happy for half a day. Auntie Zhu and the others were very happy to see this. They felt that their young master was very smart. He could even find so many pieces and put them together. When the Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord of Anping heard about this, she felt glad seeing the puzzles. Who said that her son was stupid? If he was, he would not have been able to come up with such a difficult puzzle. Delighted, the Princess Consort of the Prefecture Lord asked some more people to make more exquisite jigsaws. She even made 2 sets of white jade with thinly polished gemstones to give to Qiao Xian. That was indeed very valuable. The puzzle gradually spread among the prefectures and was liked by countless children, becoming popular in the whole upper-class society. Later, the news spread among the commoners, and many businessmen saw the business opportunity and started making them. The ingredients were easy to get, and the civilians did not care if the workmanship was rough, as long as it was fun. The princess consort of the prefecture lord of Anping was even happier. Madame Shao was the first one to take her son to have fun, and everyone else was imitating her son. Qiao Xian had intended to make some money with this, but when she realized that it was already being copied, she dropped the idea. They had no place to talk about copyrights at that period of time. And the news that Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan got involved with Lord Anping Manor soon spread. Everyone sighed emotionally. They were so lucky. Madame Su, who had asked Qiao Xian to visit the Fayun temple the other day, felt annoyed. Those madams who had no idea what was going on were just there to keep the guests company. They felt jealous and emotional, but that was all after a few words. Madame Su and the others were there with a purpose. They took Qiao Xian to the back mountain of the temple, thinking that the mission would be completed smoothly, so Qiao Xian would have no way to defend herself. But it turned out that she was totally fine and even gained favor with the Lord Anping Manor by a freak combination of factors. Everyone knew that the young master of the prefecture lord had saved the emperor's life. The emperor believed that only the crown prince could hold a higher position in his heart. If the couple from the prefecture lord of Anping said a thing or two, the emperor would definitely agree. Forget about the emperor. When the new emperor took over the throne, he would have to support Lord Anping Manor and the young heir for the rest of his life, otherwise, he would be considered unfilial. This life-saving favor was even more valuable than a death exemption card. They could easily defend Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan. The Qiao family felt bitter too. Madame Lady Qiao and the others did not utter a sound. They felt that they had been slapped in the face. Even Madame Qiao, who had always thought that she was better than Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian, felt regretful. She already regretted when Qiao Xian cured the peony that the emperor had entrusted to his mother, and she couldn't help but wonder if she would have been able to use this favor if they had not broken off the relationship. If she begged the prefecture lord of Anping to put in a good word for the emperor, the Qiao family might have regained their title. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120. Luck Taken. After all, it was the emperor's call. Second Old Master and Old Master Qiao, who had been so happy and gloating when they broke off the relationship, now felt bored again. The couple could not help but complain about their fate. If they had not asked them to sign the contract, this would not have happened. First Madame Qiao and second Mrs. Qiao were both jealous of Qiao Xian's luck, so they blamed Qiao Hongxi. He is Qiao Xian's lineal brother, and he doesn't even try to talk him out of it. What else can I say? Qiao Xian is part of the third section of the family, and the third section of the family has the right to speak with her. The other one couldn't help but say, "That is so strange. How can Qiao Xian be so lucky? I think that is very suspicious. Qiao Xian must have used some underhanded, evil, sinister methods to steal the Qiao family's fortune, right? Why is she always getting all the good things, but we are always so unlucky?" Second Old Master's heart skipped a beat. He started to believe that. Hearing that elder brother was not doing well this time, he felt annoyed. He was in charge of the abbey, and the harvest this year was not very good. The third section of the family was even more unlucky. Hongxi was demoted, and the third section of the family was ostracized. The lineal daughter's marriage was ruined, and the concubine's daughter did something so shameless. What a coincidence! The two brothers had a tacit understanding of how to report the third section of the family. So they kept adding fuel to the fire in front of Madame Lady Qiao. Madame Lady Qiao, who had been feeling very uncomfortable, got even more furious hearing what she said. Madame Lady Qiao felt that her brothers were right. She ordered someone to fetch Third Old Master and his wife. They had not expected that if they insisted on driving Qiao Xian out of the family, Qiao Hongxi would not be able to change their mind, no matter how much he objected. But at this moment, someone needed to bear the anger and grievances, so they could prove that they did not personally push out the favor, so they did not care. Third Old Master and Third Madame Qiao were so confused and bewildered by the scolding. They did not understand what was going on until a long while later. Third Madame Qiao shivered in anger, gritting her teeth. This wretched old woman. They helped the first section of the family and the second section of the family get so much money from the third section of the family, and now they were blaming them for Qiao Xian? Did they regret driving that woman away? Third Madame Qiao felt secretly pleased. They were so unlucky. As for her own family, she was caught in a vicious cycle and had no idea what to do. Third Old Master felt aggrieved too. His son never disobeyed his elders, and he could not be blamed. But Third Old Master started to suspect if Qiao Xian had stolen the Qiao family's fortune. That sounded very reasonable. Madam Lady Qiao said angrily, "Just think about it. Is there anything wrong with Qiao Xian? You are her parents, and you should know something, right? We need to find a way to get the Qiao family's luck back, otherwise, she would be too lucky." Third Madam sneered and said nothing. Her son was an officer, and her husband was an officer too. They were not that bad either, were they? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121, Arrogant People? Weiss' marriage was going to take place after 1.5 years. She could just marry someone who was not as good as her own family, and she would not have to worry about not finding a suitor. They were all unscrupulous people, so why should she help them? Third Old Master thought for a while and said, "That girl has always been timid, but..." Third Old Master was startled too. Yes, the girl was timid before she got married, but after she got married, she gradually changed. When her husband Shao Yunduan became an intermediate provincial champion, she became even more assertive and even talked back to him. Then, not to mention later on, how dare they follow Shao Yunduan into the capital and cut off all ties with the Qiao family without his permission? How dare they? Third Old Master narrated the story angrily, while Third Madame Qiao sneered. She is just pretending. She is just pretending to be weak and submissive. That was true, judging from the current situation. But Madam Lady Qiao and the others did not want to hear this. Madam Lady Qiao snapped at Third Madame Qiao. "Shut up if you don't know what to say. I think she must have taken away the Qiao family's fortune. Otherwise Shao Yunduan would not have become the intermediate provincial champion, which should have been ours. Look at the daughters you are raising." Third Madam said coldly, "What do you think, mother? We are going to get our fortune back." Madam Lady Qiao got so annoyed that she said without hesitation. Then they all looked at each other and fell into silence. Second Mrs. Qiao lowered her head guiltily. She was just saying that out of anger. Actually, she did not believe that a concubine's daughter was capable enough to steal the Qiao family's things. According to the third section of the family, they were just pretending to be weak. Once they had the power, they would show their fangs. Madam Lady Qiao did believe her, and she insisted on taking back the Qiao family's fortune. She even asked Old Master Qiao to seek Taoist masters, so Qiao Xian could not take advantage of them. Old Master Qiao and the others had no choice but to agree. They would deal with it later. What a joke! Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were in the limelight right now, and the Emperor and Lord Omping Manor were defending them. No one would be able to bear the consequences of calling her a thief without any evidence. Everyone at the Qiao family was very disheartened by what happened. So was the Tian family. Is the Princess Consort of the Perfecture Lord out of her mind? What does her stupid son know? Ms. Qiao must have tricked him. How dare she treat Ms. Qiao as someone close to her? What a joke! Tian Shanshan threw an exasperated look at her angry mother and smiled. They are able to gain favor with the Princess Consort of the Perfecture Lord because they are capable. Mrs. Tian was startled. She turned to her daughter and sighed. I just can't stand Miss Qiao. She is so cunning. Tian Shanshan said, how can the benefits obtained through unorthodox methods last long? Mom, don't get angry over these small things. It is not worth it. Let's just wait and see. The Tian family can afford to wait. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122, Closer. Madame Tian felt slightly relieved. She felt both gratified, heartbroken, and guilty. Good Xuan, sorry for the trouble. Tian Shanshan smiled. You will fall when you reach the advanced level. That is true. Madame Tian smiled too. True. Tian Shanshan was calm and generous in front of her mother, but when she returned to the boudoir, her face sank. With one hand holding the scissors and the other holding the cloth, she cut them with a cold face. The silk that cost more than 100 liang turned into rags in her hands. She would not smash things, no matter how bad her temper was. It would cause too much of a commotion, and she would not look good. She was not reserved enough. Fu stood by the side with her head lowered, not daring to utter a sound. Tian Shanshan suddenly put down the scissors and glanced at Fu. Get the wagon ready. I am going to the fourth prince's mansion to greet my cousin. Okay, miss. Tian Shanshan's visit to the fourth prince's mansion was just an excuse. What she really wanted to see was He Jiqing. Tian Shanshan could tell that He Jiqing was the same kind of person as she was. But He Jiqing was just a low-level concubine, and she was nothing compared to her. Tian Shanshan asked He Jiqing to speak with her privately. I heard that you and Miss Qiao and Qiao Xian are all from Yuzhong? You used to be friends? He Jiqing's heart skipped a beat. She did not dare to offend this cousin who was in a good position in front of honored Princess Mei and the fourth prince. So she nodded with a smile. Miss Qiao was at the Xie family's banquet with Madame Yuesheng, so we met each other, Tian Shanshan chuckled. Since you are old friends, it is fate that you meet again in the intermediate. You should cherish this fate and get closer to her. He Jiqing turned pale. Tian Shanshan looked into her eyes and said, not only her, but also the Qiao family. We should get close to each other, don't you think? Yes, you are right, Tian Shanshan smiled. You should bear that in mind. Yes. Tian Shanshan walked away gracefully, and He Jiqing almost collapsed to the ground. She was not stupid. She understood what Tian Shanshan meant. Everyone knew about the grudge between the Tian family and the Shao family. Tian Shanshan would not allow her to get close to Qiao Xian for no reason. She was asking her to deal with Qiao Xian. She even told her to drag the Qiao family down with her. She could pretend that she did not understand what she meant, but Elder Miss would not forgive her if she did. She was just one concubine of the fourth prince. Elder Miss had many ways to deal with her. Even if she dealt with Qiao Xian, she could not get anything from Elder Mississippi. After all, it was not Elder Miss who asked her to do so. He Jiqing gritted her teeth. This cousin of the Tian family was so difficult to deal with, but she could not even throw away the hot potato in her hands. Qiao Xian was discussing with Shao Yunduan about going back to Shaoding village. Shao Yunduan had no choice but to make a plan for her. He hired 6 escorts from the most reputable escort agency for Qiao Xian in Tianjin, together with Li Xia and Li Qiao. After Qiao Xian left, they could not tell anyone that she was going home. If anyone asked, they could just say that she was staying at the nunnery and would not be back until a few days later. In a few days, a few more days, they would be back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123, Back Home. That was just a precaution and no one would ask about it. At most, he would tell Auntie Zhu when the young master came to have fun. They decided to leave in mid-October, with a few days left. When everything was ready, the two of them felt a bit reluctant to leave. They would be separated for at least 40 days. Actually, Shao Yunduan wanted Qiao Xian to spend the new year at home, and come back when the spring came. But Qiao Xian did not want to do that. She was going to spend the new year with her husband. She had already decided to hurry on the road, which would take at most 20 days. She was going to stay at home for 7 or 8 days, and she was going back to the capital by the end of November. The wagon was light and simple. As long as they had enough money, they could hire all kinds of good wagons and horses. They did not need to worry at all. Shao Yunduan did not want to be apart from her for too long. He kept telling her to be careful on the way home, so he agreed to wait for her to come home for the new year. But he did not want to leave before she left. The two of them cherished the remaining time they spent with each other. They talked, laughed, and enjoyed each other's company, wishing that they could not waste a single moment. When the night came, they embraced each other, expressing their love and passion, knowing they would soon be separated. They held on to each other tightly, savoring every touch, kiss, and caress. When morning arrived, Qiao Xian slept for half a day. Li Xia and Li Qiao blushed and did not dare to say a thing, pretending as if they knew nothing. Qiao Xian, too, was pretending. She did not want to make up for the lack of temperance. It was too conspicuous. But she felt sore all over when she woke up in the morning, especially at her waist. She could not even hook it with her fingers. She just needed to lie down and take a good hot bath to feel comfortable. Every time the two girls pretended to know nothing, Qiao Xian swore inwardly that she was not going to do that tonight. But when it was night time and they were going to be separated soon, they forgot about everything else. Then she gave up the idea. Her husband was the most important, and she should focus on the other aspects. Shao Yunduan did not see her off on the day of departure. He put on the cloak for her, kissed her face and lips, took her hands and said gently, "Pay attention to the clothes on the way, don't catch a cold. Don't be in a hurry, just watch out for the situation. If you really can't make it home, don't force yourself." Qiao Xian felt her heart warmed. She turned to Shao Yunduan and said with a smile, "Don't worry, darling, we are so lucky to be able to see the light of day. We will have a smooth journey." At least they did not have to worry about safety. She would love to see someone picking on her. Shao Yunduan was amused, but he let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, my wife is so lucky, everything will go well." The two of them exchanged a look and exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Qiao Xian drove out of the town and headed directly to Tianjin. Songsher went to Tianjin the day before and arranged everything in advance. When Qiao Xian and her two maids arrived, they changed the wagon and started to travel. It was still October and the weather was slightly cooler, but it was not yet cold. If the weather was good and the sun was strong, it would still be hot at noon. But overall, the weather was very suitable for traveling. Qiao Xian did not want to waste any more time, so the trip went smoothly. But one day, Qiao Xian sensed that it was going to rain, so she spent half a day on the road and decided to stay at an inn in the town after lunch, citing fatigue as the reason. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:24, Way of the World. But it started to rain heavily around 3 in the afternoon. The escorts, as well as Li Xia and Li Qiao, were all very glad that they had stayed for the night. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the rain without any shelter. Qiao Xian smiled. She had sensed the change in weather. With her foresight, they returned to the province smoothly on October 18th. It was 4 in the afternoon when they arrived in the town. Qiao Xian decided to visit the Yuezheng family directly. First Madam was both surprised and happy to see her. She greeted them warmly and invited them inside. Qiao Xian also felt a sense of closeness, as if she were back at home. First Madam looked concerned when she noticed Qiao Xian coming home alone. She asked nervously, thinking that something might have happened between her and Shao Yunduan. Hearing that she was just worried about her family and properties, First Madam let out a sigh of relief and started to chant prayers for their well-being. Qiao Xian sighed emotionally. She and Shao Yunduan were in a good relationship, and they had been through so many dangers together. Yet, Aunt Yuezheng was still concerned about what would happen between them. It showed how cautious and protective women had to be in this era. they had little control over their fate. It all depended on whether the man would change his mind. Qiao Xian had to go home first, so they gathered their belongings and left the following morning. They were planning to stay a couple more days before returning to the capital. First Madam was quick to act. The very next day after Qiao Xian's departure, the Yuezheng family servants arrived with 2 wagons filled with all kinds of food, clothes, and entertainment. Seeing the wagons, Qiao Xian suddenly realized what was going on. Yes, she was returning from the capital, and from her perspective, it was more convenient to travel light, so she didn't bring many belongings. But in the eyes of the villagers, it might seem like she and Shao Yunduan had nothing in the capital. To the villagers, the quantity of belongings she brought back was a direct reflection of how well they were doing in the city. If they didn't bring much, people might start speculating that they were struggling to survive. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan themselves didn't care about these rumors, but her Aunt Yuezheng understood the importance of appearances in the village. If such rumors spread, it could be detrimental to their family's reputation and even attract unwanted attention from greedy individuals. Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel grateful to her aunt for her quick thinking. She realized how naive she had been about such matters. "Thank you, Aunt." Qiao Xian bowed to First Madam. "Without your help, I might have faced serious trouble." First Madam smiled and pulled her up. "No need to be so formal with me. You are still young and it's perfectly normal not to think about these things yet. The fact that you made up your mind so quickly shows maturity beyond your age." Qiao Xian smiled shyly, feeling humbled by the experience. Dealing with such matters was indeed a cumbersome task, regardless of one's age. She admired her aunt's foresight and understanding of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1125. Back to Shaoding Village. With 2 additional wagons for servants, 2 maids, and 6 escorts, they formed a large and imposing group of people as they arrived at Shaoding Village. Qiao Xian's generous and kind nature was apparent, contrasting with her mother-in-law's mother. The 6 escorts, who had been prepared for any troubles on the way, found themselves dealing with a very friendly and polite client. Although they had never dealt with the Yuezheng family before, they could sense that it was not a family to be underestimated. Madame Shao's numerous contacts further emphasized the importance of showing politeness. By the time they arrived at Shaoding Village, it was already dark. Even in the darkness, Qiao Xian felt a sense of familiarity as she gazed at her surroundings. Though she had no emotional attachment to the Qiao family, she couldn't help but consider Shaoding Village as her true hometown, especially since she had developed strong bonds with the Shao family and Shao Yunduan. After dinner, Li Xia and Li Qiao knocked on the door of the Shao family's first section. Yang Xiani's voice called out from inside, asking who it was. Li Xia and Li Qiao responded, "Third Madam, it's us, Li Xia and Li Qiao." "Third Madam, please open the door, our Madam has returned." Something fell onto the floor, causing a loud clang sound. The door creaked open, and Qiao Xian stood there, looking up at Yang Xiaoni with bright eyes. She exclaimed, "Third sister-in-law, I am home." Yang Xiaoni was taken aback and immediately burst into tears. She threw herself into Qiao Xian's arms, crying out, "Fifth sister-in-law, it's really you. Mom, Dad, Sanlang, elder brother, sister-in-law, Tao, fifth sister-in-law is back. Fifth sister-in-law is back." Third sister-in-law. Qiao Xian smiled and patted Yang Xiani's back. Third sister-in-law was as open-minded as ever. It seemed that everything was going well at home. Ms. Fong and Tao all screamed when they heard what Yang Xiaoni said. "What did you say?" "Ms. Qiao, it is you." Ms. Fong had not yet finished the complaint about the excitement as she went forward happily. Ms. Su, Tao, and the others all came forward happily. The commotion at the gate of the first section of the Shao family attracted the attention of all the neighbors, and they gathered to watch and greet Qiao Xian. The sight of numerous bags coming out of the wagon made them feel both envious and respectful, as they realized how wealthy the first section of the Shao family truly was. As Qiao Xian entered the house, the neighbors followed suit, eager to chat and see what was happening. News of her return quickly spread throughout the village, and even the land officer and others arrived to greet her. Qiao Xian's status as the wife of an officer and Shao Yunduan's position as the village manager made them highly respected figures, and their return was a cause for celebration. Unaware that so many guests would come to greet her, Qiao Xian and her family had to receive them well. They asked the servants to unpack some snacks and refreshments for the guests to enjoy. Ms. Fang instructed her sons to take care of the escorts and servants from the Yuezheng family and provide them with a place to rest. Meanwhile, Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni sought the help of their two sister-in-laws and busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing food for the guests. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:26, Friendly. Qiao Xian must have returned from the province early in the morning, and everyone knew that she must not have eaten anything yet. As dozens of people had not eaten either, despite the late hour, they all enthusiastically joined in to help prepare food. They worked together to kill chickens, crack eggs, wash rice, and pick and wash vegetables, keeping busy in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian was surrounded by Ms. Fang and a group of senior villagers, all eager to ask her various questions. They were particularly concerned about how Shao Yunduan was doing in the capital, and Qiao Xian happily answered all their inquiries. She described the capital as not being as picturesque as they might have expected, but she found the diverse scenery intriguing and enjoyable. She emphasized that life was about experiencing different things, which could make it interesting and exciting. However, Qiao Xian admitted that she had an advantage with her cheat and being remembered by the emperor, which had secured her a position as a supporter of Lord Onping Manor. She acknowledged that she and Shao Yunduan would have been quite powerless in the capital without their establishment there. Once the dishes were ready and placed on the table, Ms. Fang joined them to eat and asked some female elders to eat together as well. She then advised them to head home for the night, acknowledging that Qiao Xian must be tired after her journey. She also mentioned that they could come back the next day to continue their discussions. The guests understood and started to leave one by one. A few female seniors stayed behind to share a meal with them, but they also left after the meal. Ms. Fang had many questions to ask, but her main concern was about Qiao Xian and her husband's well-being in the capital. When she heard that they were doing well, she felt reassured and told Qiao Xian to rest for the night, promising to continue their conversation the next day. She even said, "You must have had a long journey. You don't have to get up so early tomorrow. You can sleep until noon." When they reached home, Qiao Xian let out a sigh of relief. She felt so tired that she could not stand it anymore. She nodded with a smile and went to bed. She was still sleeping in her and Shao Yunduan's room. Though neither of them was at home, Ms. Fang still cared about her children, so her and Shao Yunduan's yard and cheese rooms were cleaned every few days, and the windows were opened for ventilation. When they came back, they would only need to put the bedroll up so they could sleep. All clean. Qiao Xian could not help but feel moved. Mother-in-law and the others were so nice. The following day, Qiao Xian did not get up at noon. She got up around 9 o'clock already. The main cause was that she felt relaxed and happy when she was back, and she was thinking about her flowers, plants, and various fruit trees. When she woke up, the family had already done what they needed to do, and they had already eaten breakfast, so they saved one portion for her. They ate porridge and steamed buns this morning. The steamed buns had 3 fillings, namely smoked meat diced with fried plums, fresh mushrooms and shrimps, chives, egg and tofu diced. The smoked meat and plums were also added with chili, which tasted delicious and spicy, especially energetic. Qiao Xian was very satisfied by the taste. She drank half bowl of porridge and ate 2 smoked meat buns as well. Ms. Fang smiled. "Your third brother has gone into the town to buy meat, and I asked him to buy some pork and mutton for stewing at night. It would taste so good." Qiao Xian nodded and thanked her with a smile. Thanks, Mom, I know you treat me the best. I can stew them with fresh mushrooms and bamboo shoots, just thinking about it makes me drool. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:28 Many people? Due to the significant expansion of the flower field this year and the hiring of many villagers to assist, the secret of the flower field could no longer be kept hidden for much longer. After the discussion, Tao and the others didn't find it too troublesome. They carefully stored away the lipstick-making tools, took them home that day, and brought them back the following day. This way, they ensured the tools wouldn't be easily stolen. The villagers were quite curious about the floral field, considering the number of people being hired to help. While they couldn't fathom how the first section of the Shao family had earned so much money, they knew that planting these flowers was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. People inquired about it, some even asking outrightly. However, no one dared to act against the Shao family's standing in the village. The land officer made it clear that any attempt to harm the first section of the Shao family would be thoroughly investigated, and the perpetrator would be expelled from Shaoding village. Moreover, apart from the floral fields, the first section of the Shao family was involved in cultivating cassavas and managing the tea fields of the Zhang family. They hired villagers to assist them and paid them well. Additionally, there were various odd jobs available, offering a great way for the villagers to supplement their income. The villagers understood that ruining this arrangement was out of the question, and they respected and cherished the opportunities provided by the Shao family. Moreover, Ms. Fong was not one to be underestimated. With the strength and unity of Shao Sanlang, Shao Dalong, and the sisters-in-law, anyone contemplating doing something harmful wouldn't dare to make a move. Tao took great care of the floral field and proudly showed it to Qiao Xian with a smile. Qiao Xian observed the flowers and infused them with a touch of her superpower, ensuring they grew stronger and more vibrant, storing energy to thrive even more vigorously. While she was home for a few days, she knew she could attend to the flowers again in a few days' time. The floral fields held significant importance to her, and she realized that relying solely on Chunyu and the other servants might not be sufficient. She decided to hire additional trustworthy servants as a precautionary measure. Having a backup plan was essential in case of any unforeseen events. She intended to discuss this with Ms. Fong and seek First Madam and Yuezhing Shao's assistance in selecting reliable families when they went to the province. Qiao Xian remained relatively unconcerned. With her mother-in-law's presence and the contract in hand, she didn't worry too much about tricky buyers. However, the situation at home was becoming less convenient due to the lack of extra living space. Observing the floral field, she decided to build a few houses nearby, enough to accommodate 10 or 20 people. This would make it much easier for Tao and Shao Sanlang in the future. As the scale of beekeeping would continue to expand the following year, they would need numerous beeswax for the production of lipsticks. It was crucial to handle beekeeping within their family rather than entrusting it to others. If Zhang village couldn't accommodate them anymore, they would consider doing the same thing elsewhere. Furthermore, they could involve the villagers in flower planting as well, allowing them to sell the flowers themselves to avoid any potential losses. Qiao Xian also planned to teach the villagers how to cultivate shiitake mushrooms, wooden ears, tea tree mushrooms, and snow fungus. These products could be made into dry goods, and she could seek help from the Yuezhing family. If the Yuezhing family wasn't interested in purchasing these goods, they could connect with other businessmen willing to buy them. The ultimate goal was to ensure that when they enjoyed the profits, the villagers could also benefit by having a share of the rewards. This way, the entire village as well as their family would prosper together, creating a mutually beneficial situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:30 Potato. Observing Tao's expression, Qiao Xian could easily tell what she was thinking, and it brought a warm smile to her face. Being trusted and anticipated felt wonderful. Aside from the fruits, Qiao also brought back many potatoes. Thanks to her attentive care, both the potatoes planted in the backyard of the capital and those growing in the space were flourishing. The potatoes in the capital had already been dug before their return. The harvest was bountiful, with more than 10 plants yielding over 30 to 40 potatoes each, all bigger than a fist. Qiao wasn't the only one delighted. Qiao and the others who helped with the digging were equally joyous. Yunduan found it hard to believe. He stood there in awe, staring at the pile of potatoes before him. Among the various crops they grew at home, peanuts, soybeans, corn, and taros, none compared to the impressive productivity of the potatoes. Initially, Qiao referred to them as yams, but the name got out and she subsequently explained that their shape was more like enlarged beans that grew deep in the soil at 5,000 meters, making the name potatoes more suitable. No crop could rival the productivity of potatoes. They had planted dozens of potato plants in the backyard and managed to harvest 2 baskets full of them. The potatoes were plump and filling, resembling yams in shape, but their yield surpassed yams by a considerable margin, making them quite rare. In the evening, Qiao prepared a variety of potato dishes. She made stewed beef with potatoes, fried potato slices, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and even a few small potato pancakes. Yunduan found them all incredibly delicious. Potato slices and shredded potatoes could be used in cooking, while potato cakes could serve as a food source. Even though they might not fully replace other food items, they could easily supplement meals during times of scarcity. Though not as versatile as corn, the potato yield far exceeded that of corn. It had been a long time since Qiao last tasted potatoes, especially her favorite hot and sour shredded potatoes. She proudly boasted to Yunduan about the culinary delights she prepared using potatoes. Yunduan smiled and praised Qiao for her ingenuity. He emphasized the need to keep the discovery of potatoes a secret, cautioning her not to let anyone, especially the young master of the Prefecture Lord's mansion, taste them. Yunduan explained to Qiao in detail that potatoes were a valuable new crop with the potential for large-scale cultivation, which could greatly benefit the people if it were promoted. However, he also stressed the importance of being cautious about it. Specifically, he warned her not to mention it to Lord Onping Manor. The manor had distanced itself from worldly affairs, and getting involved with the court could lead to complications. If the prefecture lord got wind of the potatoes, he might report it to the emperor, dragging Lord Onping Manor into unnecessary trouble. Qiao understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. She assured Yunduan that she would be discreet about the potatoes. She reminded him that the bountiful harvest was a result of her careful attention to the potatoes in their own backyard. If they were widely promoted, the yield might not be as plentiful. Yunduan replied with a smile, saying that even if a dozen fruits were produced, it would be more than enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, Seeds. Yunduan understood his wife's intention. They should keep the potato discovery low-key and avoid raising people's expectations too much to avoid potential misunderstandings. They decided to save the harvested potatoes for seeds and only occasionally stir-fried one to satisfy their craving. In reality, Qiao had much more in her space, twice the quantity outside. She began planting them again and planned to bring some back for her family. While visiting the floral fields and orchards, Qiao generously gifted Ms. Fong and others 15 kilograms of potatoes. She explained that they were excellent for planting next year and emphasized their versatility, as they could be used as both a dish and a rice substitute. The simplest cooking methods were roasting in the stove or steaming in a pot. In times of famine, they could be life-saving. Moreover, potatoes were highly durable and could be stored for a long time. However, she cautioned that the storage area should be dry to prevent them from germinating, as green sprouts on potatoes could be poisonous and should not be consumed. Qiao Xian's ability to provide such a substantial quantity of potatoes made her unassuming to Li Xia and Li Qiao, so she wasn't worried about raising suspicions. After spending a day in the dormitory, she casually sent the two girls away, and upon their return, they accidentally discovered the 2 bags of potatoes their mistress had brought. The 2 girls did not suspect that their lady was lying. They were just impressed by their lattice luck. After all, there was no need to deceive them, so Qiao Xian confidently brought out the potatoes in front of Ms. Fong and the others, and they found it to be entirely reasonable. Ms. Fong trusted Qiao Xian's words, just as she did with the cassavas. She carefully stored the potatoes and decided to plant half of them in the yard and the other half in the cassava field. The undeniable evidence of the potatoes' potential came during dinner when Qiao Xian prepared several dishes using potatoes, in addition to her other signature dishes. She served sour and spicy shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs with potatoes, and shredded potato pancakes. Qiao Xian urged Ms. Fong and the others to taste them, eager to showcase the delicious possibilities of this newfound crop. The first section of the Shao family had always believed in her cooking skills, and they had been waiting for that to happen. When the potato dishes were eaten, they all ignited the taste buds. They were either sour, spicy, crispy, soft, powdery, glutinous, or crispy and delicious. Everyone praised them. The potatoes are so tasty. 5th sister-in-law is right. We are going to plant them well next year. Potatoes can be used to make food and fill the stomach. They are so good. Yes, it is a good thing. Qiao Xian was delighted to see their positive response. She beamed and said, "Indeed, they are easy to plant. We can simply plant them and remove the weeds. We don't need elaborate setups, but we should set aside some for the villagers next year." Ms. Fong agreed, saying, "Absolutely. In times of hardship, having potatoes can be a lifesaver." The potatoes needed to be preserved for seeds, so after the meal, Ms. Fong refrained from using any more and decided to save them for the spring planting season. On the following day, Qiao Xian, accompanied by Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang, visited the Zhang village. She thoroughly inspected the tea field and the creeping fig field, utilizing her superpower to ensure everything was in good condition. Her satisfaction with the well-behaved tenants and the families they bought put her at ease. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131. Seeds. Shao Yunduan understood his wife's intention. They should keep the potato discovery low-key and avoid raising people's expectations too much to avoid potential misunderstandings. They decided to save the harvested potatoes for seeds and only occasionally stir-fried one to satisfy their craving. In reality, Qiao Xian had much more in her space, twice the quantity outside. She began planting them again and planned to bring some back for her family. While visiting the floral fields and orchards, Qiao Xian generously gifted Ms. Fong and others 15 kilograms of potatoes. She explained that they were excellent for planting next year and emphasized their versatility, as they could be used as both a dish and a rice substitute. The simplest cooking methods were roasting in the stove or steaming in a pot. In times of famine, they could be life-saving. Moreover, potatoes were highly durable and could be stored for a long time. However, she cautioned that the storage area should be dry to prevent them from germinating, as green sprouts on potatoes could be poisonous and should not be consumed. Qiao Xian's ability to provide such a substantial quantity of potatoes made her unassuming to Li Xia and Li Qiao, so she wasn't worried about raising suspicions. After spending a day in the dormitory, she casually sent the two girls away, and upon their return, they accidentally discovered the 2 bags of potatoes their mistress had brought. The 2 girls did not suspect that their lady was lying. They were just impressed by their lattice luck. After all, there was no need to deceive them, so Qiao Xian confidently brought out the potatoes in front of Ms. Fong and the others, and they found it to be entirely reasonable. Ms. Fong trusted Qiao Xian's words, just as she did with the cassavas. She carefully stored the potatoes and decided to plant half of them in the yard and the other half in the cassava field. The undeniable evidence of the potatoes' potential came during dinner when Qiao Xian prepared several dishes using potatoes, in addition to her other signature dishes. She served sour and spicy shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs with potatoes, and shredded potato pancakes. Qiao Xian urged Ms. Fong and the others to taste them, eager to showcase the delicious possibilities of this newfound crop. The first section of the family of the Shao family had always believed in her cooking skills, and they had been waiting for that to happen. When the potato dishes were eaten, they all ignited the taste buds. They were either sour, spicy, crispy, soft, powdery, glutinous, or crispy and delicious. Everyone praised them. The potatoes are so tasty. Fifth sister-in-law is right. We are going to plant them well next year. Potatoes can be used to make food and fill the stomach. They are so good. Yes, yes, it is a good thing. Qiao Xian was delighted to see their positive response. She beamed and said, "Indeed, they are easy to plant. We can simply plant them and remove the weeds. We don't need elaborate setups, but we should set aside some for the villagers next year." Ms. Fong agreed, saying, "Absolutely. In times of hardship, having potatoes can be a lifesaver." The potatoes needed to be preserved for seeds, so after the meal, Ms. Fong refrained from using any more and decided to save them for the spring planting season. On the following day, Qiao Xian, accompanied by Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang, visited the Zhang village. She thoroughly inspected the tea field and the creeping fig field, utilizing her superpower to ensure everything was in good condition. Her satisfaction with the well-behaved tenants and the families they bought put her at ease. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, The Ding Family? When Ms. Zhou faced bullying at her mother-in-law's home, Aunt Zhou never entertained the idea of divorcing her. Instead, she advised Ms. Zhou to endure the situation for at least a dozen years, speaking kindly to fifth Grandma Ding. However, everything changed when Ms. Zhou and Ding Erju severed ties with the Ding family, leading to the tragic death of their granddaughter. This incident was the breaking point for the Zhou family, and they decided to support their daughter and son-in-law, launching a strong retaliation against the Ding family. The once cordial relationship between the two families turned into deep-seated enmity. As time passed, Ms. Zhou's daughter and son-in-law improved their living conditions, but the Ding family still sought to take advantage of them. This further fueled Ms. Zhou's animosity towards the Dings, as she believed they were responsible for her daughter's death. They were no longer considered relatives but bitter enemies, each wanting to harm the other. Fortunately, the villagers from Zhang village stepped in to support Ding Erju and his wife, standing up against the unreasonable actions of the Ding family. They helped them in various ways, including working in the tea fields and creeping fig fields to earn money. Even with the assistance from Shaoding village during busy times, more laborers were still needed due to the expansion of the tea fields and the growing demand for labor in the workshop, which translated to more income. What could the Ding family offer them? Heavens, they left their own son with nothing. The depth of their hatred is unimaginable. How dare you show up at our doorstep with nothing to your name? Your family's actions are despicable. It's no surprise that their actions bring nothing but harm. After all, no one can fathom forcing their own granddaughter to death. You drove your own granddaughter to her death and left your son with nothing. How audacious of you to accuse me of being unfilial. Your cruelty knows no bounds. That's right. Shame on you. Good things happen to good people. Just look at second brother Ding and sister-in-law. They now lead a happy life, and anyone would be inspired by them. True. Fifth Grandma Ding and the others were seething with anger, embarrassment, and annoyance. She glared at Ding Erju, ready to scratch him, and accused him of being unfilial for allowing outsiders to bully his parents. However, before she could get close, someone intervened and stopped her. What do you think you're doing? You think you can assault people in our village? Try it. Fifth Grandma Ding shouted in frustration, "That's my son. I have every right to teach him a lesson, and it's none of your business. An auntie retorted with a smile, "Oh, now he's your son. Weren't you just claiming he was nothing to you when you had nothing to offer him?" The villagers burst into laughter. The Ding family got nothing and were driven away, but they couldn't let it go. They returned to Shaoding village, where 5th Grandma Ding and 5th Grandpa Ding confronted Ms. Fong and eldest uncle, along with their 2 sons and daughters-in-law. Shao Yunduan, being a respected figure and an officer, kept them from venting their anger. Otherwise, 5th Grandma Ding would have engaged in an argument with Ms. Fong long ago. She struggled to remain reasonable amidst her fury. However, Ms. Fong brushed off her words, pointing out that Ding Erju was driven out of the family with nothing, and the relationship was already broken off. In her opinion, there was nothing to discuss, and the matter could be addressed when Ding Erju and his wife returned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134, Block. 5th Grandma Ding and her family were incredibly frustrated, but they refrained from causing a scene in the Shao family's first section. Instead, they resorted to intermittent harassment, trying to exert force, but their attempts failed. They cried and pleaded, insisting that they were still family, and their past actions were merely outbursts of anger and should be disregarded. They even suggested that Ding Erju should join forces with his 2 brothers to manage things together, hoping for reconciliation. Ding Erju and Ms. Zhou became increasingly exasperated with these antics. The most absurd part was when 5th Grandma Ding accused Ding Erju of being naive and easily manipulated, claiming that he had been set up and taken advantage of. Fed up with the situation, Ding Erju had no choice but to seek help from the land officer and senior clan members in Shaoding village. Land officer sought Ms. Fang's opinion, but she distanced herself, stating that she had no involvement with them. Land officer then warned 5th Grandpa Ding and 5th Grandma Ding that any further humiliation would not be tolerated. In an era when the power of the clan surpassed that of the law, everyone feared such consequences. Both angry and fearful, 5th Grandpa Ding and his family ceased their actions. Meanwhile, Qiao, who had just returned, was unaware of the situation. During her visit to Zhang village to inspect the properties, Ding Erju carefully chose what to share with her, avoiding any private matters. Satisfied with her visit, Qiao gathered fresh lotus roots, fish, and shrimps and returned to the village. The tea field had expanded to an impressive 600 mu and was flourishing. She anticipated opening another 200 or 300 mu next year, envisioning the scale reaching 1,500 mu, with potential for further expansion in the future. Collecting tea tree seedlings required a trip into the mountains to gather tea seeds. They planned to spend a couple of days in the mountains, and upon their return, Shao Dalong and others would take care of the seeds. Once the weather became slightly warmer after the new year, they could begin the breeding process. Qiao intended to apply her superpower to the seeds over a range of 500 meters, hoping it would yield positive results. She planned to visit again in the spring. Additionally, they could transplant some tea tree seedlings from the mountains and cultivate tea seeds in the space, which would offer greater convenience in the future. During their journey, Qiao shared the plan to pick tea seeds in the mountains with Yang Xiaoni and the others. However, Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang expressed hesitation, considering the absence of qi and the potential dangers of venturing into the deep mountains. They felt it was unnecessary for Qiao, as an officer's wife, to take such risks. Qiao was aware that she needed 3 escorts to accompany her for assurance during the trip. The 6 escorts were still residing at the Shao family's place, and only the Yuezheng family's servants had returned home. Qiao didn't stay home for long, so she didn't make arrangements for them to go to the county city. As a result, they had plenty of free time, mostly tending to their own mounts. Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang were not afraid of Qiao's expedition and even promised to keep her company. Later that evening, as they returned to the village, they excitedly discussed what to have for dinner, mentioning dishes like lotus root stewed with bones, sweet and sour pig trotters, and mountain mushrooms stewed with chicken soup. Suddenly, their enthusiasm dimmed when they noticed fifth Grandma Ding intercepting the wagon with her daughters-in-law. Yang Xiaoni and Tao Tao's expressions changed, and Qiao Xian's eyes sparkled, as if she had anticipated something. With Ding Erju being the only link she could think of, she couldn't imagine any other reason why fifth Grandma Ding and her family would seek her out. As they were almost home, Qiao Xian alighted from the wagon, wearing a smile, and asked, "Are you here to talk about Uncle Erju and Aunt Zhou? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1135. No response? Fifth Grandma Ding was startled. She nodded with a smile. Yes, Mrs. Shao, my unfilial son. Didn't you drive them out of the family with nothing given to them? Fifth Grandma Ding was startled. Yang Xiaoni responded with disdain, exactly. She's living a good life now, and you think you can just take her back? It's not that simple, Aunt. Spare us your words. Your family has caused so much trouble, and you're still bothering Grandpa Land Officer? Our fifth sister-in-law knows the whole story, and your words won't make any difference. Fifth Grandma Ding became furious, wanting to scold Yang Xiaoni, but she held back and forced a smile. Fifth Mrs. Shao, it didn't start this way. They were just angry words that were taken seriously. I thought they'd come back after venting their anger and staying away for a few days, but it turned out like this. I love my granddaughter too. She got so angry that she killed someone. It's not like I feel good about it. How can you blame me? I'm heartbroken. Fifth Mrs. Shao, you're a reasonable person. You should be the judge. Erju and his wife have gone too far. Qiao Xian smiled in response. Whether I said those words out of anger or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Ding Xiang is still alive. But without you, things wouldn't have ended up like this. You've had a good life these past 2 years, yet you never reached out to them. But Yang Xiaoni sneered. Now that Erju and the others are being paid, things have changed. Fifth Grandma Ding and her daughter-in-laws grew infuriated, their faces turning red, but they dared not confront her. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Ding family attempted to flatter Qiao Xian with a smile. Fifth Mrs. Shao, my husband is capable and intelligent. Why not let him take charge of Zhang village? He'd do a much better job than Erju Pipe. No one would dare to slack off, and he can handle everything for you. The third daughter-in-law chimed in, and my husband is very understanding, even more so than Erju. He can handle any situation. Fifth Grandma Ding turned to Qiao Xian expectantly. Yes, our sons may not be as clever as our brothers, and our brothers may not be as clever as our sons. But if we let our sons take over, it would be a vast improvement over their current leadership. We wouldn't even ask for much payment, just 1 tael of silver per month. The two daughter-in-laws nodded eagerly, saying, Yes, we aren't as greedy as those other people. The whole family seemed to agree that even 1 liang would suffice. They believed that being in charge of such a large tea field and numerous fertile lands, along with the ample money they possess, should be more than enough for them. With hundreds of mu of fertile fields and abundant harvests, they had enough rations to sustain themselves for a year. Moreover, there were plentiful fruit trees laden with fruits and a vast pond brimming with fish, shrimp, and lotus roots, providing them with a variety of food options. On top of that, they could discreetly sell some tea leaves for additional income. The potential for making money was undeniable. Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian were far from the capital, and Shaoding village was not located nearby either. However, with intelligence and resourcefulness, there was a great opportunity to accumulate wealth. Qiao Xian smiled with a hint of amusement and asked, So, you wish to take on this responsibility, regardless of whether you accept Brother Erju or not? The two daughter-in-laws glanced at their mother-in-law but remained silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136. No trouble. Hearing the suggestion, 5th Grandma Ding found it appealing. She clenched her teeth and said, "My second son is heartless. Since he doesn't want us anymore, there's no point in trying to bring him back. It doesn't matter if we find him or not." Yang Xiaoni sneered, feeling a mix of bitterness and anger in her heart. She understood this situation all too well. Her brother and sister-in-law were just like 5th Grandma Ding. Shao Sanlang comfortingly squeezed her hand. Startled, Taotao couldn't comprehend how a mother could be so heartless. Qiao Xian spoke calmly, "You seem to be misunderstanding something. Why would I need to hire someone from your family specifically instead of others?" 5th Grandma Ding and her daughter-in-law were taken aback. "It's my business whom I hire. It has nothing to do with your family. You can go home now and drop this topic." 5th Grandma Ding was about to say something when Yang Xiaoni stepped forward to defend Qiao Xian, pushing her family away. 5th Grandma Ding glared at their retreating figures and returned home, feeling defeated. Qiao Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. They deserved it. During the time she helped Ding Erza's family, she had suppressed her anger, hoping for an opportunity to put 5th Grandma Ding's family in their place. However, she couldn't reveal her plans earlier, as it might complicate matters. But the situation had changed now. They couldn't afford to cause any trouble. Qiao Xian refused to believe that Ding Xiang was dead. In her heart, she held on to the belief that Ding Xiang might be toiling away somewhere, working hard. As long as she was alive, there would come a day when she returned. What was the point of not coming back for revenge once she became successful? When that day arrived, 5th Grandpa Ding and his family would be in deep trouble. They couldn't bear it anymore? Well, they had a long way to go. Back at home, Ms. Fong overheard Taotao's account of the situation, how 5th Grandma Ding and her 2 daughter-in-laws tried to stop Qiao Xian. She grew agitated and expressed her disgust, saying, "Just ignore them. They are a horrible family and have been causing trouble for far too long." Ding Erzu had no choice but to seek help from the land officer and the senior members of the village. And now they're back at it again. Qiao Xian smiled and replied, "They don't need me, and I couldn't care less about them either." Ms. Fong chuckled and agreed, "Very true." Eldest uncle couldn't resist adding, "They claim to leave Ding Erzu with nothing, but he is still the Ding family's son. It's not good for their reputation to be so heartless. You and 5th brother could try to mend things, say a few good words, and let bygones be bygones. After all, they are biological children." Qiao Xian rolled her eyes and chose not to respond. She had already composed herself, knowing that her father-in-law had a habit of being meddlesome, and it was best to ignore his comments. There was no point in arguing because it wouldn't change anything, and she couldn't agree with him. Thankfully, her mother-in-law would handle him. True to form, Ms. Fong sneered, "Heartless? You caused your own granddaughter's death, and you drove your own son out of the family with nothing. That's what I call heartless. How could you expect to be forgiven? Stop being so repulsive." Eldest uncle found himself at a loss for words. He was about to defend himself, but Ms. Fong and Qiao Xian walked away. "Pay no attention to the old man. He's been acting out of line for a long time." Ms. Fong continued, "You may not know this, but when news spread about the valuable fields and tea plantations in Zhang village, the 3rd section of the family made a big fuss. What a joke! They even wanted a share of it, and the 2nd section of the family joined in as well. But when they realized there was no share for them, they decided to become managers. No one dares to appoint them, of course. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137. Primus? Qiao Xian found herself just as puzzled as Ms. Fong about the situation. After asking a few questions, she finally learned what was happening. Ms. Fong then smiled and shared her mixed feelings. "I am angry, but I am also glad to see that they are so jealous and envious of us." Her daughter-in-law, Qiao Xian, chuckled and replied with a smile, "It's quite satisfying to think about, isn't it?" "Right. The mother and daughter-in-law laughed. Ms. Fong sighed with a smile. Fortunately, the second section of the family has no connection with us, and Erlang and Silang have their own daughter-in-law. Before we can do anything, they stopped Ms. Niu and her husband. Without helpers, the third section of the family can't do anything. But let me tell you, Ms. Fong lowered her voice and said seriously, why do I feel that Lu Lang is behaving strangely? He has a dark look in his eyes, and he looks so scary when he looks at people, as if we have a deep grudge against him. He wasn't like this before. I don't think we have done anything bad to his family. How did he end up like this? Qiao Xian was confused too. She thought for a while and smiled. Mom, just leave him alone. He can't do anything to us. We don't need to beg him. He can hate us if he wants to. Don't tell me that my husband is displeased because he became the Primus? That is possible. Ms. Fong suddenly understood what was going on. She waved her hands and said disdainfully, he is just jealous. He can't tolerate anyone else being better than him, otherwise he would get so annoyed. You are right, let's just ignore him. Qiao Xian nodded with a smile. She was not as assured as mother-in-law. Shao Lulang might be up to something. But he was just a cultivated talent and he could not do anything. She just needed to watch out for him. Mother-in-law and Sanlang had always been afraid of him, and it would not be easy for him to set them up. By the time he became a recommended man and advanced scholar, her husband would have reached a very high level. Qiao Xian did not believe that Shao Lulang was better than her husband. Early the following morning, Qiao Xian, Shao Sanlang, Shao Delong, Yang Xiaoni, and Tao Tao went into the mountains with 3 escorts. That was enough. They all remembered the way to pick the tea seeds. They went straight to the destination after entering the mountains. It was the season when there were the most wild fruits and wild mountain mushrooms in the mountains. Wild fruits were no longer attractive to families. After all, there were many fruit trees in the garden at the back of the yard, and the fruits were large and sweet, and they could not be finished. But wild mountain mushrooms were still very attractive. All kinds of mushrooms in autumn were fresh and fat. When picked, they could be fried, made into soup, stir-fried with pork and chicken, stewed, or made into dumplings and steamed buns. They were all very fresh. But the tea seeds were more important, so they had to turn a blind eye to it. With the help of 3 escorts, the 2-day work was done in 1 day. Everyone had a lot of harvest and carried a few large bags of tea seeds home. Qiao Xian took the chance and put some advanced seedlings into the space, as well as some tea seeds. The space was growing fast, and she did not need to pick the tea leaves. She was going to keep them to bloom and bear fruits, and then take out the tea seeds to breed and expand. Tea was popular in the state, and good tea leaves could be sold out very easily. Thousands of mu would not be too much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139. Unwillingness. Ms. Ma was so motivated that she could not help but complain to her son, Shao Lulang. Lulang, you have to work hard. If you become the recommended man's Primus, you can marry a better daughter-in-law than Qiao Xian and earn more money than Shao Yunduan. We can buy many fields and open a tea field too. I believe they are no better than us. What are you showing off for? Who cares? Shao Lulang's face sank. He was invited to the first section of the family's dinner too, but he turned that down, stating that he was going to study. Shao Lulang threw a cold look at his mother. It is still too early to tell what will happen in the future. Don't make a fuss at the first section of the family, what's the point? You know clearly what they are like. Then he left without waiting for her to say anything more. Ms. Ma was startled. She mumbled, "How can this child have such a bad temper? The first section of the family is so cruel, and he doesn't even let me say something." 2 days later, Qiao Xian checked through all the properties, and she was heading back to the capital the following day. The whole family was very reluctant to see her leave. Tao Tao was especially saddened. She wished that she could go into the capital with 5th sister-in-law, but she knew that was unrealistic. The girl wished 5th sister-in-law a safe trip and asked her when she was coming home. Hearing that she was coming back in the spring, she became very happy again. Ms. Fang asked Qiao Xian if she and Shao Yunduan were doing well. We don't have any concubines or sleepover maids. In my opinion, no matter how rich we are or how high-ranking we are, we should have a proper daughter-in-law and give birth to a few children. As a mother, I am always thinking about my own children. Children having the same father and different mothers always end up fighting each other. Yunduan is a good child, but he is now an officer and in a place like the capital. I can't guarantee anything in the future, even if I am his mother. But let me tell him one thing, I don't want him to get concubines or mistresses. You are his wife, but you can't do anything about it. Don't let him do anything stupid, or I will never forgive him. Qiao Xian smiled brightly when she heard what her mother-in-law said. Thanks to Mom, I have a good reason to be in charge of this. But don't worry, Mom, my husband just wants to be a good officer, and he doesn't care about that. He doesn't want this to happen, just like you. Ms. Fang smiled and nodded. That is good, that is good. Anyway, you need to worry about him outside. He doesn't have the intention to do so, and that doesn't mean that no one else does either. Don't be careless. Ms. Fang sneered. You won't believe it. The concubine of the Ding family, widow's son, has a daughter called Ding Qingqing. Do you remember that? Do you know who they are after? Your elder brother. They are trying to set him up. Luckily, I saw through it. Otherwise, your elder brother would have one more concubine by the time you came home. What? Qiao Xian's eyes widened. She just could not believe it. Ms. Fang couldn't help but laugh seeing her reaction. That is not strange. They are trying to set up Sanlang, but everyone in the village knows that Sanlang and Ms. Yang are in a good relationship, and Sanlang is smart too. He is not that easy to fool. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141. Coincidence? It was because of this habit that they were lucky enough to avoid this disaster. Or if Ding Qingqing had really sneaked in, no matter what happened, it would be very difficult to explain. Ms. Qiao and Ms. Hao from the Ding family would definitely put pressure on them, and even the Ding family elders would show up. They could not afford to have a closer relationship with the first section of the Shao family. Why not just give them a push? But when Shao Dalong closed the door, Ding Qingqing couldn't even climb over the wall while widow's son was holding her daughter. The mother and daughter were both angry and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Widow's son knew that opportunities like this were rare, and she wasn't sure when the next one would come. She gritted her teeth and decided to let Ding Qingqing wait there while she went back to the village to fetch a ladder. But the moment she asked Ding Qingqing to hide well, she looked up and met Ms. Fang's eyes, who was holding her grandson. Widow's son, with a guilty conscience, got so frightened that her face changed. She patted her chest. Ms. Fang was here at the right time. She suddenly remembered that 2 pumpkins were ripe in the field 500 meters away from the village. Shao Qing had seen someone eating pumpkin rice, and she had to eat it even though she was wheedling. Ms. Fang always cared about her grandchildren, and pumpkin rice was not a rare thing. If her granddaughter wanted to eat it, she had to satisfy her. So she thought of the pumpkins and came here with her grandson, intending to tell Shao Dalong to fetch the pumpkin from the field. Unexpectedly, widow's son popped out from the other side of the wall. Ms. Fang looked at her suspiciously. What are you doing here? There was no one in the wild land around them, except for the snow fungus shed around their yard wall. No one would come here. Ms. Fang knew that widow's son was not a good person, but she did not think that she was trying to steal her snow fungus. That was so bold. There were no secrets in the village. Did she think that she could hide it from others? Widow's son felt guilty. She straightened her back subconsciously and said in an intermediate tone, "What? Is this your territory too? Why can't I be here?" Ms. Fang snorted and said nothing more. Widow's son forced herself to walk away calmly, but she was complaining inwardly. Ms. Fang might not have noticed her daughter, Ding Qingqing, at first. She knocked on the door and told Shao Dalong about getting the pumpkin. Shao Dalong checked the snow fungus and nodded. Then he locked the door and went to pick the pumpkins. Ms. Fong had just finished peeing her 1-year-old grandson and was about to carry him home when Ding Qingqing, who had been so nervous, couldn't stand it anymore. She stuck her head out from behind the wall to see what was going on. Ms. Fong saw what she was doing. She soon realized what was going on, but Ms. Fong had already figured it out. It was not going to work if someone was sneaking around the shed. Ms. Fong shouted, "Who is there?" She ran towards them with her grandson in her arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142, Argument? Ding Qingqing got so frightened that she ran away. She was so shocked. If she ran into the wild, Ms. Fong might not be able to catch up with her grandson in arms. Also, Ms. Fong would not be able to see her if she hid behind any thick shrubs. But she ran into the village. Ms. Fong had to rush up and catch her. Ms. Fong could not tell who she was, but she was definitely going after her. She shouted as she ran, "Stop! Stop right there!" Ding Qingqing was very young, and Ms. Fong was very fierce. So when Ms. Fong shouted at her, she got so frightened that she could not run anymore. Ms. Fong caught up with her as soon as she reached the entrance of the village. Ms. Fong grabbed her clothes with one hand and put her grandson on the ground with the other, tugging at Ding Qingqing. "It is you. What are you doing outside our shed? What are you and your mother doing there?" Ding Qingqing turned around guiltily, avoiding her eyes. She sobbed, "I didn't." "How dare you defend yourself?" Ms. Fong sneered. "I caught you red-handed, and you are lying? If you are not guilty, why are you running away? I am not going to eat you up." The two of them tugged at each other, and soon the villagers gathered around to watch the show. Widow Sun soon arrived as well. She would have dared to counter Ms. Fong in the past, but not now. Everyone in the village trusted Ms. Fong. She and Widow Sun could not deny that, so Widow Sun had to admit that she just wanted to steal some snow fungus. She was a thief. The onlookers all looked down at them and pointed at them. Ding Qingqing flushed in embarrassment as tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head and wished that she could dig a hole. Widow Sun also lowered her head and did not dare to lie. She knew that she would be despised by the villagers, and Miss Qiao and the Ding family would beat and scold her when she returned home. She might not even get to eat dinner tonight. But what else could she do? The mother and daughter could not have appeared at that place for some nonchalant, casual, or indifferent visit. They had to have a convincing reason, right? That was the only thing she could say. That was the only way to get Ms. Fong away. Stimulated by this, Widow Sun made up her mind to get what she wanted. As long as her daughter was with Shaoding, Shaoding would be an honest man, and Miss Su would not be as annoying as Yang Xiaoni. Also, Miss Su had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and she was not afraid of being threatened by her own daughter. Her daughter should not be bullied anymore. She needed to suck up to Ms. Su, so she could make it. That was better than Ms. Qiao and Ms. Hao from the Ding family selling themselves out. Ms. Fong snapped at Widow Sun when she admitted that. But she did not cause any damage, so Ms. Fong gave her a warning. That was exactly what Widow Sun had expected. She let out a sigh of relief. But when Ms. Yen heard about this, she came to Ms. Fong the following day and told her about some suspicious things. Stealing snow fungus was not a very honorable thing, especially when the first section of the family was flourishing and no one in the village would steal from them. Widow Sun was already living such a miserable life, so why did she take such a risk? If she was caught, her life would become even worse. Ms. Qiao and the Ding family might not have explicitly asked her to steal it. If their involvement was exposed, they would be blamed by the first section of the family. So what were they after? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143. No coincidence. The Ding families Hao and Ms. Qiao had rushed to apologize on behalf of Widow's son the day before. Also, the wall surrounding the snow fungus shed was quite high. If Widow's son planned to steal the snow fungus, she should have brought a ladder with her, right? What was most suspicious was that Widow's son could have gone there alone, but instead, she brought her own daughter with her. Ding Qingqing had not even gotten married yet, so why involve her in such a risky act? If they were found out, Ding Qingqing's reputation and future prospects could be ruined. Ms. Fong suddenly realized what might be going on. Yes, something was definitely not right. Widow's son treated her daughter very well, and there seemed to be no reason for her to involve Ding Qingqing in stealing from the first section of the family, especially when Widow's son did not hold high position in the village. Ms. Fong thanked Ms. Yen for her vigilance but still couldn't fully grasp the motive behind Widow's son's actions. Then Ms. Fong overheard Yang Xiaoni talking with her son about not having a change of heart and not taking concubines when they were rich. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wasn't her eldest son in the snow fungus shed earlier? What a coincidence! Could it be that they were targeting her eldest son? Ms. Fang's suspicion grew, and she couldn't afford to ignore it. She decided to remain vigilant and not let her guard down until she knew the truth. To investigate further, she asked Shao Dalong to collect soybeans in the field alone and secretly followed Yang Xiaoni and Ding Qingqing. Sure enough, she caught the mother and daughter red-handed again. Ms. Fong didn't hold back and confronted them directly at the Ding family's home. She demanded an explanation for their suspicious behavior and questioned why they seemed to appear wherever her son was. She was determined to get to the bottom of this matter and find out their true intentions. The Ding family's Ms. Qiao and Ms. Hao understood Ms. Fang's implied threat very well. They kicked Widow's son to the ground and berated her as shameless. Widow's son, feeling a mix of anger, embarrassment, and shame, covered her face and cried loudly. She accused Ms. Qiao and the Ding family of selling her daughter, claiming that she was forced into this situation. In a desperate attempt to shift the blame, she even tried to accuse Ms. Fong of setting her up, saying that Shao Dalong mistreated her daughter. However, this tactic fell flat. If Shao Dalong needed a concubine and what he only needed to do was to spread the news that the first section of the family was very popular and many people would come to him for concubines. Or they could just spend money to buy them, and any heaven immortal beauties could be bought. They did not want Ding Qingqing to do such a thing in private. Even if she did, Widow's son and the Ding family would not say that they did not like it. No one would believe Widow's son's words. They would be laughed at. Ms. Qiao remained unyielding in the face of the onlooker's gaze. She firmly slapped Widow's son's complaints and continued to sneer, "You are just a concubine, and no respectable family would want you. What are you talking about? Finding a concubine for your daughter is flattering. Don't like it? If you don't like that, you can find your own mother-in-law's family." Widow's son felt helpless and could not find any words to defend herself. She covered her face, overwhelmed with shame and sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks. As a widow and concubine, she realized she had used a humiliating method to achieve her goal, and it only made her situation worse. She knew deep down that she had little to offer in terms of status or dowries, making it incredibly challenging to find a good family willing to accept her daughter as a concubine. Widow's son's heart sank with the realization that she had nothing to offer, and her desperate actions had only brought her further disgrace. The villagers who witnessed the scene couldn't help but feel a mix of sympathy and disapproval towards Ms. Qiao's harsh words. While they understood the struggles Widow's son faced, they also recognized the truth in Ms. Qiao's assertions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144. Out of sight. The daughter of a concubine faced a daunting challenge due to her mother's unfavorable reputation. Finding a good family for her seemed like an improbable task. Although not Ms. Qiao's biological child, Ding Qingqing was brought into the Ding family by Widow's son, who had previously offended her. Ms. Qiao was the stepdaughter of the Ding family, and she played a crucial role in determining Ding Qingqing's marriage. No one dared to question or oppose this arrangement. Ms. Qiao harbored strong resentment towards Ding Qingqing and her mother-in-law for their unruly behavior, which caused significant trouble for the entire family. Frustrated and unwilling to keep Ding Qingqing any longer, Ms. Qiao sought a solution through her in-laws' family and soon got married herself. Ms. Fang was well aware of the limited prospects for women born into concubinage and, despite her disdain for Ding Qingqing and her mother, she felt a karmic connection to her own family. Selling Ding Qingqing off would reflect poorly on her reputation, so she couldn't simply stand by and watch. To avoid any association with such actions, Ms. Qiao chose not to treat Ding Qingqing as a concubine but rather married her off to a distant, less fortunate man. She remained hidden from their sight, and whatever their future held would have no direct connection with her. After Ding Qingqing's departure, Widow Sun lost all hope and refrained from causing any further trouble. The senior members of the clan cautioned Ms. Qiao not to go too far, as any unfortunate event leading to a tarnished reputation could jeopardize the entire village's standing, especially with the progress made through Mr. Primus' efforts and the establishment of the school. The village had a Mr. Primus, and the school was built, and classes were starting. Everything was developing in a good direction, so reputation was very important. Ms. Qiao's treatment of Widow Sun was widely known, as she would boast about it openly, and some considered it excessive. It was evident that even a person as seemingly insensible as a clay figure might harbor resentment and retaliate if pushed to the extreme. Before becoming a concubine, Widow Sun was not an easy person to handle, and it was expected that she wouldn't remain in such a state indefinitely. Ms. Qiao was not convinced, but she did not dare to do that anymore and tried to restrain herself. But Widow Sun was still not having a good life. As long as Ms. Qiao did not cause too much trouble, the clan would turn a blind eye. Their family's bad debts could be settled behind closed doors. Ms. Fang informed Qiao Xian about the situation, reminding her to be cautious and not let Shao Yunduan fall into a trap. Qiao Xian acknowledged Ms. Fang's advice and realized the gravity of the situation. She had already been concerned, but now she understood that she needed to be even more vigilant in the future. The capital was not a peaceful place, and the risks were high. The next morning, Qiao Xian and her companions departed. Ms. Fang and the others reached the village's entrance without arousing anyone's suspicion. Qiao Xian waved at them from a distance, and as the wagon turned the corner, she sighed inwardly, knowing the risks that lay ahead. Upon reaching the county city, Qiao Xian sent a gift to the county magistrate's wife, explaining that she couldn't visit due to time constraints and had to head directly to the province. She understood that the county magistrate had family responsibilities to attend to, and that was their priority. As a woman herself, she empathized with the county magistrate and his wife, comprehending why they couldn't pay her a visit given their obligations and circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145. Friendly. If Shao Yunduan were also present, they would need to extend an invitation to him for the banquet as well. The county magistrate would likely be displeased if he were excluded, even if he didn't voice it. They might fear that not inviting him could lead to unfavorable consequences in the future, perhaps with the Shao family using this omission against them when they required assistance. As the evening approached early in the season, Qiao Xian and the others arrived in the province, and it was already dark. They made their way directly to the Yuezheng family. The entrance of the Yuezheng family was adorned with 2 rows of large lanterns, brightly illuminating the gate. Auntie Hua, accompanied by 2 maids, was standing next to First Madam, gazing into the distance. As she spotted the approaching wagon, she greeted them with a warm smile. "Fifth Mrs. Shao, how much our madam has missed you. The evenings are growing colder. How was your journey?" Auntie Hua asked as she helped Qiao Xian down from the wagon. Qiao Xian replied with a smile, sensing Auntie Hua's concern. "Thank you for your kind words, elder aunt. The journey was smooth, and I wouldn't dare to keep you waiting. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated." Auntie Hua smiled and humbly responded, First Madam was eager for your arrival, so she sent me to greet you. I am not worthy of such a task. Please, come inside. First Madam has already prepared dinner and eagerly awaits your company. Qiao Xian laughed cheerfully. As the sun sets, the cold becomes biting. The thought of the warm food prepared by Elder Aunt is truly heartening and invigorating. Auntie Hua chuckled in response, That's exactly what First Madam said. On such days, we should relish a good meal and warm soup. Everything is ready for you. As they strolled together, Auntie Hua found herself growing fonder of Qiao Xian with every passing moment. Coming from humble beginnings, both Auntie Hua and Shao Yunduan had not been born into prosperous families, which compelled her to be respectful and courteous towards Qiao Xian. However, she couldn't help but notice that Qiao Xian's demeanor hadn't changed despite her husband's impressive position as a young and learned officer with a promising future. Such humility was a rare sight, as Auntie Hua had observed many people becoming arrogant after achieving success. Upon Qiao Xian's arrival, First Madam eagerly awaited her with a warm smile. They exchanged friendly conversation, with First Madam showing genuine concern for Qiao Xian's well-being. She offered her a hot towel to freshen up and served her some hot tea to ward off the evening chill. Their interactions resembled that of a mother and daughter, displaying a deep bond and understanding between them. After a brief rest, First Madam signaled for the dishes to be served, and they sat down together to enjoy the meal. At First Madam's spot, a bowl of rice was placed, while a delightful spread of 6 dishes and 1 soup adorned the small mahogany rui-style round table. The dishes included crab powder, lukewarm kidney flour meatballs, sweet and sour spine meat, braised mutton, casserole tofu fish head, and bamboo fungus black chicken soup. Though common dishes for the Yuezheng family, they were prepared with great care, served in white bowls and plates, steaming hot, enticingly colorful, and perfectly suited to satisfy both stomach and soul. After dinner, they retreated to the small hall to sip tea and aid their digestion while engaging in light conversation. Qiao Xian took the opportunity to update First Madam on the happenings back at her own home. Despite not possessing the same level of refinement as First Madam, Qiao Xian found comfort in confiding in her, knowing that she could seek counsel and wisdom if any problems arose. As she shared the news, Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions upon recounting how her honest and straightforward elder brother had been deceived and set up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145, Friendly? If Shao Yunduan were also present, they would need to extend an invitation to him for the banquet as well. The county magistrate would likely be displeased if he were excluded, even if he didn't voice it. They might fear that not inviting him could lead to unfavorable consequences in the future, perhaps with the Shao family using this omission against them when they required assistance. As the evening approached early in the season, Qiao Xian and the others arrived in the province, and it was already dark. They made their way directly to the Yuezheng family. The entrance of the Yuezheng family was adorned with 2 rows of large lanterns, brightly illuminating the gate. Auntie Hua, accompanied by 2 maids, was standing next to First Madam, gazing into the distance. As she spotted the approaching wagon, she greeted them with a warm smile. "Fifth Mrs. Shao, how much our madam has missed you. The evenings are growing colder, how was your journey?" Auntie Hua asked as she helped Qiao Xian down from the wagon. Qiao Xian replied with a smile, sensing Auntie Hua's concern. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Aunt. The journey was smooth, and I wouldn't dare to keep you waiting. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated." Auntie Hua smiled and humbly responded, "First Madam was eager for your arrival, so she sent me to greet you. I am not worthy of such a task. Please, come inside. First Madam has already prepared dinner and eagerly awaits your company." Qiao Xian laughed cheerfully. As the sun sets, the cold becomes biting. The thought of the warm food prepared by Elder Aunt is truly heartening and invigorating. Auntie Hua chuckled in response, "That's exactly what First Madam said. On such days, we should relish a good meal and warm soup. Everything is ready for you. As they strolled together, Auntie Hua found herself growing fonder of Qiao Xian with every passing moment. Coming from humble beginnings, both Auntie Hua and Shao Yunduan had not been born into prosperous families, which compelled her to be respectful and courteous towards Qiao Xian. However, she couldn't help but notice that Qiao Xian's demeanor hadn't changed despite her husband's impressive position as a young and learned officer with a promising future. Such humility was a rare sight, as Auntie Hua had observed many people becoming arrogant after achieving success. Upon Qiao Xian's arrival, First Madam eagerly awaited her with a warm smile. They exchanged friendly conversation, with First Madam showing genuine concern for Qiao Xian's well-being. She offered her a hot towel to freshen up and served her some hot tea to ward off the evening chill. Their interactions resembled that of a mother and daughter, displaying a deep bond and understanding between them. After a brief rest, First Madam signaled for the dishes to be served, and they sat down together to enjoy the meal. At First Madam's spot, a bowl of rice was placed, while a delightful spread of 6 dishes and 1 soup adorned the small mahogany rui-style round table. The dishes included crab powder, lukewarm kidney flour meatballs, sweet and sour spine meat, braised mutton, casserole tofu fish head, and bamboo fungus black chicken soup. Though common dishes for the Yuezheng family, they were prepared with great care, served in white bowls and plates, steaming hot, enticingly colorful, and perfectly suited to satisfy both stomach and soul. After dinner, they retreated to the small hall to sip tea and aid their digestion while engaging in light conversation. Qiao Xian took the opportunity to update First Madam on the happenings back at her own home. Despite not possessing the same level of refinement as First Madam, Qiao Xian found comfort in confiding in her, knowing that she could seek counsel and wisdom if any problems arose. As she shared the news, Qiao Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions upon recounting how her honest and straightforward elder brother had been deceived and set up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147, Seeking Fruit Forest Outside the City. Honestly speaking, those who run businesses are often more experienced and savvy compared to those from the countryside. Your mother-in-law is an exceptionally capable person, but I worry that she could be manipulated if someone with ulterior motives sets her up. It might be best if she doesn't involve herself in business decisions at all. Even if someone tries to plot against her, they won't succeed. Qiao Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that not all business families were as forthright as Yuezheng Shao. The truth had been exposed, and the secrets couldn't remain hidden for long. Both she and Shao Yunduan were absent, which could lead people to speculate and harbor sinister thoughts. After all, money had the power to corrupt people's intentions. When large sums of money were at stake, nobody would dare to take risks lightly. It could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of liang. Amused, Qiao Xian recalled Ms. Fang's character. Actually, my mother-in-law is quite different. She pays no heed to what others say and insists on waiting for me and my husband to come home and make decisions. First Madam smiled approvingly. Your mother-in-law is very wise. It was always better to avoid meddling in matters one didn't fully comprehend. They chatted for a while, and Qiao Xian asked First Madam to bring a dozen servants to their home, to which First Madam agreed. Then, with a smile, Qiao Xian mentioned her intention to visit the Shao family and invite Ms. Fang and Tao Tao to the province for a visit. She wanted to get to know the Shao family better. Qiao Xian felt even more grateful, but the thought of Tao Tao's marriage made her hesitate, preventing her from seeking further help from First Madam. That was not very appropriate. First Madam's social circle primarily consisted of business people, and it might not be the most suitable environment for Tao Tao. Perhaps it would be best to wait and observe. If Tao Tao started going out more often and gaining more exposure, the right opportunity might come naturally. As the day drew to a close, Qiao Xian and First Madam bid farewell to each other and retired to their respective guest rooms for some rest. The next morning, Qiao Xian wrote a letter and requested First Madam to deliver it to her home. Shao arrived after breakfast. She had intended to meet Qiao Xian the previous day, but the timing didn't work out. Shao had several business deals to discuss with Qiao Xian, and their discussions lasted for half a day. Afterward, she handed over the payment for the tea leaves, lipsticks, and snow fungus, amounting to more than 90,000 liang. The tea leaf production had increased significantly, and the lipsticks had seen a substantial rise in demand. Additionally, the snow fungus and dessert shops continued to perform well, resulting in substantial earnings. In total, Qiao Xian now had almost 450,000 liang. Indeed, the Yuezheng family had a strong network and efficient channels, all of which were top-notch. With control over the sources and low labor costs, the money came in effortlessly, leaving Qiao Xian worry-free. If she had been managing the business herself, she would have undoubtedly faced numerous challenges and headaches. Luckily, she had the good fortune of partnering with the Yuezheng family, which made all the difference. In the afternoon, Qiao Xian couldn't contain her excitement and decided to visit the orchard. Accompanied by Yuezheng Shao, she set out, but Xie Jingrong was currently away on a trip. Manager Zhou, Manager Bai, and a few waiters seemed to have been informed in advance and were waiting for her arrival, wearing welcoming smiles. The citrus and grapefruit were now ripe for picking. Qiao Xian had already tasted them both at her home in Shaoding village and at the Yuezheng family's estate the previous day. The fruits were incredibly juicy and sweet. Yuezheng Shao mentioned that these two fruits were used to make fruit tea, which had become immensely popular. The dessert stores also sold fresh citrus and grapefruit, attracting a large number of customers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149. Trouble. She was excited about the prospect of having her own potato field next year. Considering her precious potatoes, Qiao Xian generously gifted 10 kilograms of high-quality potato seeds to the Yuezheng family, assuring Yuezheng Shao that they would yield delicious vegetables and rice. She emphasized that the seeds were advanced in production and easy to cultivate, ensuring a successful harvest regardless of the land they were planted on. Yuezheng Shao truly understood her intentions. She always sought out the best things. Confident in her recommendation, Yuezheng Shao felt as though he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. He consulted the experienced old gardener, seeking advice on the proper care and cultivation of potatoes. Determined to make the most of this opportunity, he planned to choose a suitable plot of land next year, plant the seeds diligently, and ensure proper care to maximize the harvest. After spending a couple of days in the province and visiting the Xie family, Qiao Xian returned to the capital without mentioning anything about He Jiqing. She chose to keep it private, knowing that she and the Xie family were not particularly close. If Xie Jingrong were present, she would have shared the information without hesitation, as she wouldn't tolerate any disrespect from He Jiqing. Determined to discuss this matter with Xie Jingrong in person, Qiao Xian still looked forward to their reunion. She and her husband had been away for quite some time, and she couldn't wait to return to Tianjin and complete the mission successfully. Qiao Xian expressed her appreciation for the productive and pleasant business trip, but she knew it was time for them to head home. With the year drawing to a close, everyone was eager to reunite with their families. The 6 escorts were remarkably vigilant and proactive throughout the journey. Thanks to Qiao Xian's guidance, they skillfully avoided encountering 2 rainy spells, ensuring an exceptionally smooth trip. As the days progressed, the weather grew colder, with early mornings being particularly chilly, but the daytime remained pleasant. Finally, on the 20th of November, they arrived in Tianjin. Qiao Xian paid the guards for their services and bid them farewell. Li Qiao and Li Xia, however, still felt a bit concerned. They requested Qiao Xian to arrange for the escorts to accompany them on their journey to the capital, as it was a considerable distance from Tianjin and would take a whole day. Their primary concern was the safety of their madam. Qiao Xian, with a reassuring smile, declined their request firmly. She pointed out that the journey to the capital was only a day's travel, and Tianjin was, in fact, considered a faraway suburb of the capital. The official road was well-traveled, broad, and flat, with a constant flow of people coming and going. Therefore, she believed there was no cause for worry regarding safety. Qiao Xian had her own matters to attend to and couldn't have the escort agency accompany her. Qiao Xian, well accustomed to traveling and possessing extensive knowledge, understood the crucial traits of reliable escorts. Besides their martial prowess, they needed to be cautious and alert. With the escorts accompanying her, Qiao Xian refrained from taking any action that might draw attention or suspicion. She felt like a ticking time bomb, always on the verge of being discovered. Noticing their wife's confidence and composure, Qiao and Xia felt somewhat reassured and decided to abandon the idea of having additional escorts accompany them. After spending one night in Tianjin, the group hired a wagon and continued their journey northward. When they were approximately 20 or 30 kilometers away from the capital, Qiao Xian suggested taking a break at a nearby tea house. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Xian used the pretext of loosening her muscles and bones to venture into the woods. There, she expanded her divine sense, precisely locating one of the fourth prince's estates, which wasn't too far away. Her superpower had been growing stronger every day, allowing her to sense her surroundings without direct physical contact with plants. However, the range of her abilities had its limits. Thus, if she intended to cause trouble for the fourth prince, she knew it would be more effective to leave the wagon and approach the target directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149. Trouble. She was excited about the prospect of having her own potato field next year. Considering her precious potatoes, Qiao Xian generously gifted 10 kilograms of high-quality potato seeds to the Yuezhing family, assuring Yuezhing Shao that they would yield delicious vegetables and rice. She emphasized that the seeds were advanced in production and easy to cultivate, ensuring a successful harvest regardless of the land they were planted on. Yuezhing Shao truly understood her intentions. She always sought out the best things. Confident in her recommendation, Yuezhing Shao felt as though he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. He consulted the experienced old gardener, seeking advice on the proper care and cultivation of potatoes. Determined to make the most of this opportunity, he planned to choose a suitable plot of land next year, plant the seeds diligently, and ensure proper care to maximize the harvest. After spending a couple of days in the province and visiting the Xie family, Qiao Xian returned to the capital without mentioning anything about He Jiqing. She chose to keep it private, knowing that she and the Xie family were not particularly close. If Xie Jingrong were present, she would have shared the information without hesitation, as she wouldn't tolerate any disrespect from He Jiqing. Determined to discuss this matter with Xie Jingrong in person, Qiao Xian still looked forward to their reunion. She and her husband had been away for quite some time, and she couldn't wait to return to Tianjin and complete the mission successfully. Qiao Xian expressed her appreciation for the productive and pleasant business trip, but she knew it was time for them to head home. With the year drawing to a close, everyone was eager to reunite with their families. The 6 escorts were remarkably vigilant and proactive throughout the journey. Thanks to Qiao Xian's guidance, they skillfully avoided encountering 2 rainy spells, ensuring an exceptionally smooth trip. As the days progressed, the weather grew colder, with early mornings being particularly chilly, but the daytime remained pleasant. Finally, on the 20th of November, they arrived in Tianjin. Qiao Xian paid the guards for their services and bid them farewell. Qiao and Xia, however, still felt a bit concerned. They requested Qiao Xian to arrange for the escorts to accompany them on their journey to the capital, as it was a considerable distance from Tianjin and would take a whole day. Their primary concern was the safety of their madam. Qiao Xian, with a reassuring smile, declined their request firmly. She pointed out that the journey to the capital was only a day's travel, and Tianjin was, in fact, considered a faraway suburb of the capital. The official road was well-traveled, broad, and flat, with a constant flow of people coming and going. Therefore, she believed there was no cause for worry regarding safety. Qiao Xian had her own matters to attend to and couldn't have the escort agency accompany her. Qiao Xian, well accustomed to traveling and possessing extensive knowledge, understood the crucial traits of reliable escorts. Besides their martial prowess, they needed to be cautious and alert. With the escorts accompanying her, Qiao Xian refrained from taking any action that might draw attention or suspicion. She felt like a ticking time bomb, always on the verge of being discovered. Noticing their wife's confidence and composure, Qiao and Xia felt somewhat reassured and decided to abandon the idea of having additional escorts accompany them. After spending one night in Tianjin, the group hired a wagon and continued their journey northward. When they were approximately 20 or 30 kilometers away from the capital, Qiao Xian suggested taking a break at a nearby tea house. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Xian used the pretext of loosening her muscles and bones to venture into the woods. There, she expanded her divine sense, precisely locating one of the fourth prince's estates, which wasn't too far away. Her superpower had been growing stronger every day, allowing her to sense her surroundings without direct physical contact with plants. However, the range of her abilities had its limits. Thus, if she intended to cause trouble for the fourth prince, she knew it would be more effective to leave the wagon and approach the target directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.